to be included on the deed of Lot 26 as Lot 26.02 lands remaining. The planning board spun the statement into the basis for a timeline, which is so unfortunate. Once upon a time, my father bought a 1938 Ford pickup truck to restore. He took it all apart and told my mom, "I'll have it restored in a year or so." Once upon a time, almost 50 years later, that truck is still in pieces, and my dad still has intentions on completing it. The moral of the story is time stops for no one. Life happened for him. Kids, moving to new places, highs and lows in life, and that's exactly what happened to Eric and Norma Zimmerman. I felt terrible about asking them to explain their personal history. Reluctantly, they did. Unfortunately, certain board members had their closed minds already made up, and virtually nothing we said mattered. Nevertheless, how any of the board members felt, I feel it was totally unprofessional for Mr. Richard Kalinowski to say, and I quote, "It is not a very pretty property. All right, if you have ever gone by to see it, it's falling apart." And this can be heard online from last month's meeting at 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds. I felt terrible hearing this. The Zimmerman family had come here last month to testify their personal history, to explain passage of time, and unfortunately, not only were they denied something they were promised, but had their home degraded as well by a board member. I believe an apology is in order. I will close with this. On the East Amwell Township website, about Mayor Dante DePiero, and I quote, "I enjoy working on my beloved farm, hiking and biking in our beautiful community, working with environmental groups to preserve our special area, serving on the board of Associate Humane to help homeless animals and combat animal cruelty, and providing legal assistance to local farmers." And I'll repeat this again, providing legal assistance to local farmers. So, by himself introducing Leche's Law, did he not only deny this 100-year-plus farming family a minor subdivision they were promised, but single-handedly ended the passing of farming knowledge that started with Rexford Case, but probably his father before him, and so on, that went to Eric Case, that also had the potential to be passed on to my children, Blake, Luke, and Brielle Mattis. But thanks to Mayor Dante DePiero providing his legal assistance to this local farmer, that knowledge will never be taught to the next generation of farmers. And once it's gone, it will be lost forever. Thank you for your time.
Just to be clear, we said this wasn't on the agenda. We're not taking, other than voting on the resolution, we're not taking action, which is why we're allowing this. I just want to make sure. Yep, no, fair. I just wanted to let you know why I said not on the agenda, and then.
I decided that I needed my voice to be heard. My name is Norma Case Zimmerman. I was born and raised on my father's farm, Rexford Case, 65 acres. I have lived in East Amwell Township all of my life, and my father before me. I have always been so very proud of this community, which I was part of. I never imagined there was any shadiness or any small community, in the small community, until I had an experience of my own. My father, Rexford Case, farmed his land and planned on doing so until he no longer was capable. In 2005, Hunterdon County approached my father with an offer to purchase 47 acres to be used for the 4-H fairground complex. He did so reluctantly, and at that time, Hunterdon County drew up plans that would allow the parcel of land my father gave me with a house and 2 subdivisions, or 2 parcels. My father and his family have been the pillar in the history of Hunterdon County. You will find the name Case in just about every history book. My family roots run deep in Hunterdon County. Due to the unforeseen conditions of my son Eric at 17 months old being diagnosed with a deadly form of brain cancer, many of you know us and have known of this or our devastating experience. From that time until present, my husband and I have spent extreme amounts of money for this treatment. Since finances became an due to medical expenses, our efforts to build the house on the vacant parcel for our son Jason became a moot point. I was and have been under the impression that the parcel could be subdivided when we were ready to build. We paid taxes on this every year. It was part of our land. My father relayed that same interpretation to me as well. We were never aware of any set deadline data, and construction had to be started and or completed. As years went by, my husband and I focused on giving our son the best medical care to deal and come through with his life as he is today. The barns have been neglected due to lack of funds. A few years ago, we came upon a buyer who wanted to purchase the parcel in hopes of building the house, restoring the barns, and farming with his family and his children to teach them the farming world. And to build a house. We agreed that selling would be beneficial to saving the remaining parcel. It was very favorable in our eyes to see that my father's dream, that my father's farm and barns would be restored and brought back to life again. We have worked with this prospective buyer who has been a resident of Hunterdon County since he was 4 years old, and who has hopes of raising his 3 small children in a small farm. He wants to, with this buyer, we had doubts that I'm sorry, that's get a little nervous here. We had no doubt that this was what was best for the future of my father's remaining farm. My husband and this buyer diligently worked to get proper approval of the planning board so we could sell off the parcel. This buyer was gone through extreme costs and has in time to have this efforts and satisfy everything. The planning board was inquired about. Months and months have gone by. All meetings before the planning board are available online. We believe we have shown the planning board our sincere and honest concern over restoring faulting farm area barns. The township attorney, engineer, and planner seem to have been satisfied with the presentation. We were faced with the issue that the parcel to be sold would meet the 10-acre building site criteria. However, that 1830 farmhouse would be the smaller parcel. We would not find any special dates set as a subline to subdivide. We are now being told that the time has lapsed and we could not sell off the parcel. The planning board voted against the subdivision, which means the land will continue to go dormant and the barns will continue to deteriorate into dust. I cannot understand why the planning board does not see the good which would come from this sale. The property will be renovated and the barns restored. It will also generate more funds for the township through property taxes and a new home. I have been deeply offended by the board members stating that the barns and the building had no value and were worth nothing. I was shocked. This is my home that I love. I am aware that the building need restoration, but it was not because we didn't care. It was because we cared more for the health of our son. Again, please view the outlined monthly meeting of the planning board. It seems that the planning board members are easily influenced by the former mayor, who continued comments and read lengthy statements when the public was allowed to speak at the end of each monthly meeting. It is not a conflict of interest that a former mayor was able to sway the planning board members' vote. This is a question that does need to be addressed. Once again, I ask and encourage everyone to view the several monthly meetings of the agenda. Those planning board members are not native to the East Amwell Township heritage, but seem to have been powered to change it with that. Thank you for letting me speak. But I do want to say that stepping back and looking at all this, a yes vote would not have changed anyone's life here. This was a one-shot deal. Hasn't happened, won't happen again. It was my father's request for his grandson. Okay, we neglected the 1 year thing. We don't know about how we missed that, but we did. And for that, we should be punished. This deal, I mean, it would if a yes vote would have costed you nothing, no lost sleep, no nothing. But it would have made a life-changing difference for the Mattis family and ours. This isn't done.
Anyone else? Mr. Zimmerman? Are you coming? Oh, okay. Anyone else? No one? Seeing no one going once? Okay. You would like to come up? Sure. Please
just
state your
wanna
name.
Oh, my name's Karen Gartling. I'm a resident of East Amwell. I'm friendly with the Zimmermans. My children were friends with their children. They went to school together. They spent many times, wonderful times in that barn, having fun. Norma and Eric have done a lot for this community. They're very active members of the Kirkpatrick Church. She's done so much. I really hope that you will reconsider this. I don't know the gentleman that wants to buy the property, but he seems to have his heart in the right place. This is what East Amwell is all about. I really hope that you would reconsider this. I mean, they're very good people. They may have lost track of a time stamp, but life happens when your child is facing brain cancer. You really need to think about this. You really, really need to think about it. This is not a good thing. It doesn't take anything away from East Amwell. It adds to the East Amwell community to have someone else doing farming. And I really hope that you consider their requests. I didn't plan on speaking, but I really feel like you really need to reevaluate whatever decision you're making, because you're affecting two families that are desperate to make a life for themselves, and it will benefit both of them, and it'll benefit the community. Thank you.
Miss, I apologize. Could you just provide the spelling of your last name?
Gartling.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Francis?
When I send it to you, you don't have tons of time. Yeah.
Got plenty.
Yeah.
You don't want to go short yet.
No, too ornery. Francis Gavigan, and you all the hell know me. I brought this up last month, and I'd like to bring this up again, that if somehow, with minimal cost, this can be converted to a variance application rather than let's not threatening the zoning because there's enough screw-ups to go around between what was not clear, between the county going through with eminent domain and bullying people into selling it, and old farm family, a man at the end of his life, not getting the subtleties of all the legal ease. There's a difference between doing what's legal and doing what's right. And I would call on all of you to do what's right and to find a variance or a way or whatever to work with Mr. Mattis, whatever, and that there'd be one fewer barn falling down into ruin in East Amwell. I don't think it's gonna turn into a development, but to come up with some way of getting a win-win and a possible. The only person last month who appeared, I'm not judging for the most part, who had a sense of compassion for what this family has endured, and the cases have been here since God was a pup and his son or someone else was at the tavern, was Jamal. And sir, all to you. And I think that this family, I don't know what the total bills have been, but I suspect they're as bad as the bills were 10 years ago when this not exact board hounded Ruth Siegel for her property up on Linvale Road that she wanted to have a barn and horses on, and to get the approval, she spent over $1 million bloody on environmental things to show that, by the way, yes, it was in the Sourlands, but there was more water than would be needed anywhere in the township. So do the right thing, work with these people, come up with a way, and waive your fees. I would think the stuff that you've already paid for could roll over and find a way of doing the right thing. That's just it. I know it's an odd thing to ask, but it's been known to happen.
Thank you, Francis. Anyone else? May I have a motion to close?
So move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Who's second?
Okay, presentation of minutes, these will be carried to October. There was a lot there, and I know Kristen has spent quite a bit of time, but they were not, I'd rather get them right, so we agreed on that one. Next one is resolution for approval. This is memorializing the decision made last month. Alexis, can you just let us know who's voting on this?
Yes.
Okay.
So only those members who voted against the motion, so that was the majority. So in this case, Jamal would be the only one who's not voting. You heard the application because he voted in favor. So all of those who voted against the motion will be voting here because it's memorializing the decision of the majority.
Has everyone had a chance to read it? May I have a motion to, there's no resolution number on here?
This is 2024-07.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve Resolution 2024-007, Craig and Janine Mattis, Block 8002, Lot 26. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Will you please take the calls, take the roll?
Chairperson Deadwood, I apologize. I will get back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Catanacci,
Speak up, please. Yes.
you vote to deny the...
No, to approve the resolution.
Approve the
So we are
resolution.
approving,
Thank you.
a yes vote is agreeing that the resolution is
I vote to
accurate.
approve the
Thank you.
resolution very carefully and completely
drafted by our council.
Thank you. Miss Candace Wiggum,
Yes.
Mr. Michael McGovern,
Yes.
Mr. Nardi,
Yes.
Mayor DePiero,
Yes, it looks accurate.
Mr. Kohut,
Yes.
and Chairperson Deadweiler.
Yes. So this resolution is approved. Next up, unfinished business. Robert Monahan, Block 5, Lot 1.10. City Council is here.
So Al and I need to recuse, right?
Yes. Thank you
So
for
we're gonna-
reminding me.
We'll be leaving the room now.
Yes, we are now reconstituting as a zoning board.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Because I'm just rolling along. Shall I text you guys when we're ready?
Sure, thank you. Not this time. She's one working on legal stuff.
Somebody's got to do your work for you.
Yes.
Are you checking?
I was just checking to make sure we have two.
Yep, okay. We have a quorum. Before we get started, we had a little bit of housekeeping. Is Bob Kirshner here? Is Bob Kirshner here? Last meeting where we, you gave us a couple photos that we need to number and put into, create exhibit numbers for them. So I just want to make sure, we just want to take care of that. Just basic housekeeping first.
You can just bring them to me.
Yeah. So these were the ones you gave us? We're just
Yeah.
marking them as exhibits?
Yep, and they'll just be exhibits under the public comment.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Think we're good? Oh. We'll go back to that, yeah. Yeah, we'll go back to that. Thank you, I forgot about that, yeah, okay. How do you say your name?
Nicole Voigt,
Voigt.
of Voigt Law, attorney
Are you
for...
ready?
I am,
Okay.
more or less.
Do you need a minute?
And
Well,
Miss-
not really, I just have piles, I'll rummage through them. But I would like to know which photos were marked which,
Oh,
and
okay.
have the
Yeah, we can-
opportunity to briefly review them if I may.
Yeah, that's fine. But I do also want to just say for the record that notice was effectuated for the prior hearing, and it was continued at the last time we heard this application, June 17th, so that notice is good for tonight's hearing. And we're picking up from there. We have 7 voting members tonight on the, as we reconstitute as the zoning board. And I can mark these now.
Is that all? Oh, that, do you have, here. I think those she may have already taken care of. And maybe the one she has in there. No, those ones have exhibited, it's just the photos.
Just the picture?
Yeah, because I think they're just pictures. The other ones, I think Ms. Voigt is going to introduce, the other new.
I don't know about this one, Mr. Kirshner, the letter, was this previously introduced by you, Ms. Boyd?
That letter does not look familiar to me, but if I could
No.
examine
Amy
it.
Green, Environmental Consultants. Is that from you? Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Make sure we
She
have
did.
them all. Yep.
When was that submitted?
This was from the previous month when we were here, or the previous, not previous month, I'm sorry, the previous time we were hearing this
Yeah.
application.
June?
Yeah,
And this one, the partial survey was already.
but we did not have an exhibit number, it was we looked at it and we wanted to make sure it
Yeah, make
was
sure everything's
properly.
Understood.
But we'll make sure that you get a
Yeah.
copy.
Wait, if you want to take a look at these. And they'll just be exhibits under his testimony and public comment, different from your exhibits.
Should we restate what we're hearing? Because there's some, we can't, yeah, we can let her
Thank you.
go over. Yeah, I'll actually ask her. Do you
Okay.
mind just restating what we're hearing? Because
I
it's
will.
been a while. I would like to
Absolutely,
make
yeah.
sure everyone's reoriented.
That
Thank
sounds
you.
planned. All right, so now that those orders of procedure are out of the way, again, this is the appeal of Mr. Robert Monahan of the rescission of a zoning permit that was issued to him confirming his ability to continue a prior existing non-conforming use of a landscape business that has been operating at this property since 1990, as per his testimony. There's the appeal of the zoning officer's actions. He also issued a violation for the continuation of the landscaping business. This has been paired with two other requests for relief. The first being a certification of prior non-conforming use. Evidence is being put into the record of the longstanding use of this property as a landscaping business. And so we've requested that the board basically improve upon the zoning record of these denials by certifying the prior non-conforming use. Furthermore, we have as alternative relief Mr. Monahan has applied for a use variance, which would be what would be required if you did not certify as a prior non-conforming use. That was filed just as a matter of due course in these types of things, not because we don't wholeheartedly believe that this board can appropriately certify the prior non-conforming use. Last time it was determined that the board would, I believe, deliberate and decide on the certification of prior non-conforming use prior to the use variance. However, one question I do have is, would it please the board to hear the use variance testimony when we put on the planner shortly in anticipation of the eventuality of that? Or would you want to wait after deliberating and doing a vote on that to determine if it's even necessary, and then we could recall him?
So I know, and based on the letter that we sent back, I think in May, that I know our professionals have some issues with completeness, so I don't really think it's appropriate to talk about the variance testimony without going through the completeness first, because I know there are some outstanding issues.
Okay, so we will, I believe we are prepared to respond on those issues and proceed with the application, but I do understand that that's required. And so what we will do is we will reserve the right to recall witnesses in furtherance of the use variance, if it should be necessary. So as a matter of business, first I would like to advise the board that since our last meeting in June, we have submitted two additional exhibits. The first is Exhibit 31. You should all have an updated exhibit list as well as Exhibit 31. Exhibit 31 is the January 27, 1990 zoning approval.
And Ms. Vaught, just to be clear, you did update your list too.
I
So the
did.
board has the version of the most updated list.
They do have, we have submitted this one, and then last week upon receipt from a survey company, we submitted Exhibit 32. Your most updated exhibit list would have been as of September 12th.
Yep. And we're up to, as for your introduced exhibits, up to Exhibit 30 is where we left off. So you're correct with your numbering, we're at 31.
Excellent, thank you. So Exhibit 31 is actually calling out a document that is already in the record. After our meeting, the board professionals were doing further work, and I received correspondence from the board which prompted me to look at the zoning documents that were in the file. And it brought my attention to the fact that on this page, you will see, this is the location survey for Frederick Johnson. And on this is drawn the pole barn building. And it says on here, approved pole barn construction, approved for zoning, and it is signed by the zoning officer as of January 27, 1990. Admittedly, upon having submitted public records requests to the zoning office for a zoning approval and being told they had nothing, I was a little thrown off by that, but it turns out that all along in the building file, this came out of the building records, they had on hand a zoning approval signed off by a zoning officer. So this really rounds out the record, as is customary, that you would have the zoning and the building issued within days of each other, as we now know they have been. So this is incredibly helpful to Mr. Monahan, that we're drawing attention to an actual sign-off on zoning as of January 27, 1990.
So this is from the construction file, signing off on the pole barn.
For zoning purposes, it's from the construction file, but it clearly indicates that it is a zoning official signing this, and that is
The pole
correct.
barn.
For the pole barn, yes. And that was part of a file which has references, as we had shown you in the prior exhibits. Throughout the file are references to this being for a landscape business.
Can you refresh my memory about what exhibits mention
Certainly.
specifically that the approval references landscaping, this pole barn being for a landscape business?
It's at the back of Exhibit 1.
We have a number of
Yeah,
Exhibit
23 also.
Yes, we have a number of documents that are from the construction file. They include 13, 14, and 15 in terms of exhibit numbering.
Jamal, what were you saying about number 1?
Back of number 1
Here.
mentions a permit for pole barn to store landscaping equipment and materials along with zoning approval.
That's his application. And my understanding is many of these documents, if not all of them, came, in this file, came from your client, they were also given to the zoning officer, and then you also submitted them.
I submitted records that I obtained through public records request of the municipality.
Okay.
And then when I received the email, again, this is really rather about the the source of the documents rather than testimony, okay? But when I received the email from the township, it expressly stated this is from the township's file.
Yes.
And I compared that to my own records, and they were identical. So I do not have any, I'm not sure, I don't want to sort of assume where you were going with it, but I do want to be clear that I don't have records that came from outside of the
Okay, that's what I-
township.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
Yes. So again, Exhibit 13 is a copy of a construction permit application that we provided showing it was, I'm just walking through these in order, by the way, that this is permit number 90-10 from 1990. We also provided Exhibit 14, which has the certificate of occupancy that was issued for permit 9010, which specifically states that description of the work is a 40 by 100 metal pole barn for use of landscape and farm business equipment storage. That was issued on February 20 of 1990. And then we also have Exhibit 15, which is a packet of documents from the construction permit record. It includes both construction permits as well as some subcode permits. So it kind of looks like the same thing over and over, but you can note that some of these are subcode and some are the main construction jacket. And these records include multiple references to the permit having issued for a 40 by 100 metal pole barn for use of landscape and farm business storage. So flipping throughout the many documents that were provided in the record that are Exhibit 15, you're going to see, much as you see when you look at any permit jacket that has various subparts and inspections and certificates of occupancy, that, you know, here and there they have a description of the work. And in this case, that description is consistently 40 by 100 metal pole barn for use of landscape and farm business storage.
Can you just refresh my memory about who Gail Strassenbach is relative to Frederick Johnson? Jeffrey Johnson owned the landscaping business, if I understand, if I recall correctly. Who was the Gail Strassenbach who's listed as the owner of the property?
Did that come from
Do you know?
the earlier complaint?
That was from 1990?
Yeah, I'm looking at,
I'm wondering if-
at Exhibit 14, Gail Strassenbach as owner.
Whatever, maybe it's first wife, were they legally married, but I'm not sure.
That was my understanding as well. Mr. Monahan, wouldn't you you recall that you are still under
Miss-
oath?
You beat
Yes.
me to it. You beat me to it, go ahead.
You recall that you are still under oath?
Yes.
Can you please provide your best knowledge?
From what I was told, is that that was his first wife before they got legally married. I was not around when this permit was given, so I don't know her directly, but that's what I told, is what Fred told me, that when I purchased the property June of 2020.
So it was-
I could be wrong, others may know.
The same family owned the property, is your
Yes,
understanding?
they own Fred and his wife or girlfriend at the time owned the property, when they pulled all his permits for all this
Got it,
information.
okay, thank you.
Give me just a minute. I'm going to look at Exhibit 5 briefly. You don't need to direct to it quite yet. I'm going to see if it helps us. Sometimes the prior owner references in a deed can shed some light on things. No, that's not going to be helpful. All right, the next exhibit,
Just
oh, go
I
ahead.
asked you about that document because we had given that document to you,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what happened was the zoning officer file was with the zoning officer. When she became aware of this hearing, she dropped it off. I called her and said, "Where did you get this?" And she said, "I got it from the previous zoning officer." And so that's why we sent it. That's just out of abundance of we were trying to just share what we had.
Oh, I understand. So you had a change in zoning officer.
Correct.
And you had mentioned that he said there's something in the file when you testified, but we were trying to sort that all out.
Yes.
So that record,
That's where that came from.
Mm-hmm.
And his records say he says in his records, I received some of these from the applicant,
And
the zoning file.
and who is he?
The original zoning officer
So
made a comment.
Stephen Rosenek is the he.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
for-
I just want to make sure. I'm
No,
on the same
no,
page. It's
fair
okay.
fair enough, but because you brought it up, I wanted to clarify where that came from.
okay. Are there any other questions with respect to this zoning signature before I move on to the updated survey?
Just very quickly, I hear you all the time say that the zoning officer approved the pole building. Was the use of the pole building for the business ever done? It's a building for storage that was approved, not a use variance for landscaping business, is that correct?
It is not a use variance. A zoning officer signing off on a new building for a specific use usually indicates that a variance is not needed. I realize that survey doesn't describe the use. It is part of a collection of documents that were all submitted to the township around the same time. Of course, it's very common for zoning officers and building officials to work coordinated. This indicates that in the construction file, it was signed off by the zoning officer that this pole barn, which is in everywhere else identified as being specifically for the landscape storage and specifically the landscape and farm business storage, it was all together in one file. So we have repeatedly asked the township for copies of code at the time and for all of the documents that are available, and as is customary and often the case, we've been provided the best record that we all have from the township, and nothing more is available. The township has not indicated that it had any form of application that would have described that. As of 1990, we've received nothing more. So we can only rely upon the best record that the township has at the time. I think that it's quite helpful that part and parcel together in this file, you have a signature for zoning purposes right along with the building records which are describing the use. Today, it would be done differently. but it's 33 years later.
I have a fast question too. On the Exhibit 23, it's a tax assessor's record. It's from '04. His comments were rear of property looks like commercial use, parentheses landscaping. Temporary use by previous owner until its building is completed, from 404. I don't quite understand what that means or what building you're talking about. Do you have any idea?
This is from 2004. This was discussed at length at the last meeting. I don't know what lines 4, 5, and 6 are referring to. And also, it is not the tax assessor's job to clear things for zoning or for building or what have you. So I believe that the evidentiary value of this document is just that it confirms the landscaping business was in fact occurring as of 2004. We know that the record shows it goes back to 1990, but I like to bolster the record for the board with anything in the township records that acknowledge the existence of the landscaping business and the township's awareness of the landscaping business. And so this has been provided because it acknowledges the existence of the landscaping business. I do not believe that your own staff have been able to shed any light on what 4, 5, and 6 means, and I certainly can't either. Perhaps when we get around to the testimony of our professional planner on this, maybe you could ask him that question. I genuinely do not know if he will have anything to offer and contribute on that.
Thank you.
Do you have in your possession email from Maria Andrews from the East Amwell Township to Peter Konetsky, who was the zoning board officer, with a CC to Terry Stahl, who was the township clerk at that time, and Timothy Matheny?
Is that part of the exhibits that were submitted?
What was the date of that letter or email?
October 18th, 2016.
I believe that was in the zoning file that we shared with you, perhaps.
Okay.
Trying to.
An email to the proctors?
It's from and it's to the zoning officer, Peter Konetsky, and there was another one to Maria Andrews. There.
I might know what this is regarding, but if I could please see a copy of it, if you could either direct me, are you looking at one of our exhibits? I just have a thick stack of exhibits here, or is this a new record that you're introducing?
It was in the file that we got?
From me or from your
No.
staff?
From our
I
staff.
believe it was in the zoning officer file that we shared with you.
Okay, I
I
will
am
have
going to confirm that while we sit here.
Okay, but could I have a copy of it so that we can discuss it together if it's being introduced as an exhibit by the board?
Is that what you want to do? You want to introduce it as an exhibit? Do you
I
have the
will
zoning
if it's
officer file that we
already
gave
an
you? Can I just
exhibit.
find it and tell you, or no?
I can get it.
Or we can go get copies of it.
This is another one
Where is this?
I'm looking.
that was attached to it.
Give me a second. I wasn't.
I do know that as of 2016,
And
the
here's
record
this one?
indicates that Mr. Proctor was required to do some community right to know reporting, and that there had been correspondence with him with respect to that, which was irrelevant to the landscaping business being a prior non-conforming use. I'm wondering if that is what you're referring to, but I will pull up that record. Yes. Again, if you have a copy to share
I'm
for
working on it.
introducing it.
Candace, can you just hold that up so we can see what you're looking at?
It was not an exhibit. That I can, quite, well, I don't want to, I could be wrong. I don't recall it being an exhibit. Let me rephrase that.
Did the email come from Kristen, Anastasia, or from?
Yeah, it's not one of yours. You wouldn't even know if it's one of yours. So the only thing conceivably could be is one of the packet that Kristen forwarded to you, that file.
Yeah, I'm not recalling that. I do recall 2019 correspondence where he was required to do community right to know. Here, let me grab my other computer because I downloaded the whole file on it.
Yeah, for some reason.
So typically, if there's a new exhibit,
I didn't have an issue, I
circulate
did not
copies of it.
download it.
Anybody submitting an exhibit, I
Where
shouldn't
is
have
this
to
in here? Show me.
guess what
under
it's saying.
applications.
Go find a copy.
Keep going, under zoning file. I'm pretty sure I saw it in there.
I understand.
Both it helps, I can title the file from the zoning file for you, if you have the digital copy. It's called
2016 letter.
2016 letters reuse and
So yeah,
licenses.
I
That's
found
the
it.
File.
So it is in the zoning file, and it's, the digital version is 2016. Were you saying the
Letters
same thing, Mike?
Reuse and licensing, yeah,
Yeah.
that's just the digital title of the file.
This is the letter to Arlie and Elizabeth Proctor.
Is that the one you're referring to, Candace? A letter to Arlene Elizabeth?
There's several
They would
emails
just
that are
give me a
here.
paper copy
Okay,
this
Oh,
all
yeah,
of
but
this
the-
is from the
the
zoning.
first
Because
page
your
of
file
it.
is so
Yeah,
big.
all of that is in the zoning file that we shared with you.
Okay, I have a couple of options here. I can keep searching, his file is very deep, or I can just find the email, if you could just direct me to the date of the email.
Oh, that's when Kristen sent it to you?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know about that.
okay. I thought you had it in front of you, so
No,
I
I'm sorry, I don't.
apologize. Okay.
My apologies, that's on June 27th at 2:40 p.m.
Thank you. That's all I needed. And so you were saying it's called, which one?
It's called.
There's multiples, I guess.
There's
26
multiple?
Yeah, one of them is called 2016
Okay.
letters reuse and licensing, October 18th, 2016.
Yes, I've seen this letter before. This resulted in him submitting his community right to know forms regarding NJDEP with respect to the landscaping pesticide business. That's also in your file. It's also in the township records. This was raising a concern about the landscape pesticide business chemicals associated with the business practice being stored in the barn. As a result of this, he filed community right to know with NJDEP for many years. And that was the end of that matter. That resolved the matter thoroughly. It was not a zoning issue.
Can I read you an incident report from 1609-21, 144-12? The following information had come to light: neither grassroots lawn care, grassroots fertilizer, and pesticides. Johnson Landscaping can be doing business lawfully at 35 Rosemont Ringos Road.
Who was that written by, from?
It is from Finn Russack to Bruce Reimhold. Here.
So we're gonna mark this 33.
And
We don't have
again, I'm happy, I want to work through this because I believe that the board could understand it, but I think it's a little irregular to submit exhibits without having copies for us. I'm happy to go find them in this record, but this is a little irregular and it's using a lot of
Yes, are you okay if
time.
I give us, or you have it
It's using a lot of
highlighted in a certain
time. And again,
How about we do this?
I reviewed this entire record, and that was all resolved in relating to the NJDEP community right to know requirements at the property. And that started to get filed, and there was no further, and that was 2016. And at that point, it had already existed since 1990, and it has continued to exist since 2016, when this was raised as a community right to know issue. The total body of documents in the township's file around this had to do with the fact that someone complained about the use of pesticides at the property, which had to be reported under community right to know.
Additional information received showing the use was not allowed in the zone.
I think we need to,
Yeah,
if
we're
we're
gonna
gonna,
mark
if we're
this
gonna go
very
through this, we need to print it,
Yeah.
we need to, how long would it take you to print these out?
And where?
How many
which-
copies?
Which page are you referring to now?
I just,
It's one that looks like
everybody-
this.
Everybody in the.
That was attached to the. That's why I wanted to make sure if you had seen it before we went any further.
I can open it.
And print it from here?
I just have to run into the back because we have quick recess.
Okay. May I ask you, Candace, can we let them continue? She'll print them,
Okay.
we'll come back to this if that's okay. We'll
That's
let-
fine.
And then we'll come, just in the interest of time, we will come back to this, but and then she will print copies of this, and then we will loop back around to it so that we can keep moving, if that's okay with everybody.
It's fine.
Thank you very much.
I'm thinking perhaps the entire packet needs to be printed because it contains information about this being related to the pesticide use. And that's just a handwritten note that it isn't even clear who wrote it. So we're gonna have to rebut this, and spend some time on it if it's being raised for this purpose.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying we're gonna need to go back to whether and definitely print it, and let's move on, and then we'll come back to it if that's okay with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, just in the interest of time.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so if there are no further questions on that particular packet, or the Exhibit 15 with respect to the UCC building packet for this, I'm going to move on and introduce Exhibit 32, which is an updated survey received by Mr. Monahan. August 30th. It's dated August 30th, but the print copies were received last week. So, Mr. Monahan, can you briefly describe, last time you had mentioned that you were pulling gravel back?
Correct. Since the last June meeting, we had pulled the gravel back.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
There was
Pull the gravel back. I generally
there
don't.
was stone in an area that had gotten bigger than it was in the
Thank you.
It got bigger since the 1990 survey.
Got it.
And this new exhibit is the most recent survey that's dated August 30th, 2024. And that shows that we pulled the stone back as best as possible to get it as close to the 1990 survey.
I wasn't trying to be obtuse. I
No, you're
really
okay.
didn't know.
Yeah.
So this is the survey of Golden Bale Engineering, again dated August 30th, 2024.
I have some questions about this too.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wigum, what are you referring to, just for the record?
Exhibit 32.
Exhibit 32.
Exhibit 32.
Okay, go on.
It shows the pole barn back here, it doesn't show the carports. Is that correct? Aren't there 3 carports in back of the pole barn?
If you look to the along the wall, so to your left is this metal shed.
Mm-hmm.
There was one carport that was this. I know the zoning officer the same square foot is what matters. It could be 1, 3, 2, as long as the same amount of square feet you're taking up. In the process of taking all of the stone back, we had to temporarily move that structure to the front of the building, and that allowed us to get the machine to the back so that we could effectively dig all of the correct amount of material out. And that's why it's currently, as we sit here today, that's currently where we're sitting. It is eventually going to go back to the original survey, but we're still in the process of seeding it and finishing the project to go back to how it was naturally grown.
Okay, and the retaining wall that you have, now again, when I saw it, there was the wall, but then there were several partitions that you were storing different things in that, have you removed those as well?
There is 2 there, but they're not considered, according to the surveyor, they're not considered a retaining wall because there's no fill material behind them. That's why they're not seen on the survey.
You can move them.
They're temporary. There's nothing anchoring them to the ground. They're just sitting there, and we can just pick them up with a chain. So they're considered temporary.
Okay.
And the metal shed is a temporary structure as well that can be moved, correct?
Yeah, we moved it from the back to the front.
Thank you.
So you're saying the one-story building is the square footage is the pole barn and the carport? This is the same square footage, or is the square footage less?
We tried to get it as close as possible. Obviously, I wasn't there in
Yeah.
1990.
Let's break this down. The one-story building has not changed in any way.
Correct.
It remains the same size as it
Yeah.
was at the time of construction.
Yeah.
So the zoning officer had given you advice, you testified, with respect to the carports, correct?
Correct.
And what was it specifically that the zoning officer instructed you with respect to the carports?
he had mentioned that they had to stay the same total square footage.
And are they on the survey here? That's what I'm,
When I bought the property in June 2022, those carports were removed, and then I put the one up that is currently now on the survey. It's marked metal shed.
oh, that's what that is. The
Yes,
metal shed is,
that- when we were
it was
here-
at one point behind,
Yes.
front, it's
but
moving around, you're
to-
saying?
Yes, to do the pole, the stone and gravel in the back, we had to move that so that we could drive around as we were digging out all of the stone.
And you're testifying that that one metal shed can be used as a carport, and it is either equal to or less than the carports that were there for Fred Johnston.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to get, okay.
And again, to be clear, those carports were not there when you bought the property. They had been removed.
When I bought the property, they were there, but they were actually sold. But when I bought the property June of 2022, they were there for a couple of days after I bought the property. And then, I forget the gentleman's name, but a friend of Fred had taken them down, and then I was able to put mine up. And that's what I wanted to double check with the now West Amwell zoning officer, and that's where he mentioned that they had to be the same or less square footage from aerial photos, pretty much. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
So we don't have any further testimony. If you want to complete your questions for him, when we're done with Mr. Monahan, we will call his professional planner, Mr. John Takina, but reserve the right to ask additional questions of Mr. Monahan as needed.
So we just open it up for the.
Yeah,
So
so
we'll
we'll
have-
ask the board if they have any questions of Mr. Monahan. No? So then I need to open to public, right? Yep. May I have a motion to open to the public for questions of Mr. Monahan?
Just on the testimony presented tonight.
Let me write down who did this, because Kristen's not here and she'll kill me if I don't. So, hold on one second. So, Mary, you are moving, and who's seconding? Okay. Thank you, Michael. All in favor, or any objections? Open to the public for questions to Mr. Monahan.
Regarding his testimony tonight, correct?
His testimony tonight, and I guess last time too, right?
No, just tonight.
Just
because
tonight?
Everyone had an opportunity
Okay.
last time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wolf. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kirchner.
Where do you want?
Which,
Mr. Catnach,
Can you
can
use-
you give him the microphone to speak in?
or actually, no, Mr. Kirchner can use this one here.
Good.
Even though it says do not touch.
Oh.
Mr. Kirshner, can I just,
Bob Kirshner spoke at the last meeting.
Can I-
138 Boss Road.
can I just make sure you're sworn in? Do you still recognize that you're sworn in from the last meeting? You're still under oath?
I'm sorry, what is this?
Do you recognize that you're still under oath from when you were sworn in at
Yes,
the last
yes, I
meeting?
do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I have to admit that I'm confused. I have a couple of pictures here I'm going to submit to the board. And evidently, there was some discussion about the infamous wall. There's a structure that's now right there on the wall. And I'm looking for some clarification as to why it's there. Here, you want the pictures?
If you're gonna talk about them, and then the applicant also needs to see them.
Who do I give them to?
Give him, start there and then pass them around. That way she can,
Yeah, I wanna
Mr.
make sure
Monahan
she
can
sees
look at
them.
them and answer questions to him.
Yeah.
This structure there, right?
Okay,
can you-
so
There's two pictures. Go ahead.
Because these are questions, I just want to make sure Mr. Monahan can see them, because you're going to ask him questions about it.
So these will be, H and I.
exhibits, so public exhibit
Public
8 and 9.
exhibits, yeah.
Here you go.
Can we back up, because I think I understand some of this?
Let's do one at a time.
Sure.
I'm going to hand you your file and the second one. you can-
I have copies, you can
Okay.
keep that.
Can you,
All right.
I want-
I'm gonna need a copy, though.
Right, okay, so
One at a time.
may
So
I ask?
Perhaps you can explain what that structure is there?
All right, we're
Can you hand it to
gonna make
Francis?
this H.
Francis, can you hand it to, Mary, will you just pass it around, please? Sure. Pass it.
And according to that email, these were provided to the board on September 5th and not provided to the applicant.
I don't
It
know
it
about
appears.
this.
Is that correct? Is that what that email says, that they were submitted on the 5th? Or was that not to the board?
That email looks like it's from Robert to Robert.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I took
This is the first time
pictures and
seeing this.
sent it to
Okay.
you.
We're not aware, I'm not aware.
Yeah, I'm
of
not
it.
aware of this.
Okay, thank
I have the
you.
date.
Thank you for the correction.
So,
This
I'm
is
looking
H.
for some clarification related to the structure. Why is it there?
You'll get it back.
As stated in my testimony earlier tonight, that was moved to the side of the property where it sits now in your photo, and that was moved because it was originally, from the last meeting, at the back of the building, and as we pulled up all the stone and gravel, we had to be able to get a large excavator back, or machine, to pull up all the stone and gravel, and to be able to get back there and do all the work correctly, we had to move the building temporarily.
Is it going to be moved back?
Once everything is completed, it will be.
Now, let's back up, because I'm gonna go back to square one. Stephen Wozniak issued a permit. This is much more than a wall. And it has sections, huge concrete blocks. He shouldn't have done that. This is a non-conforming use. It's
That's
a-
what we're here for. We're gonna, this is
Yeah,
what we're.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
hearing this case
Is he
about
talking,
that.
talking about the building or the wall?
Both. This surely violates setbacks. It surely violates setbacks. It comes right up to my property. Okay? There's a second picture. It appears to me that the wall, there's a second picture, has been extended, and there's been like a bin or something added. Perhaps you could clarify that for me.
The wall has not been extended. If you notice in the very corner, the last row of blocks that are 4 high look like to be moved in closer to my property line. And that is strictly because we were originally over your property line, and we moved them as the zoning officer, Stephen Rosnick, had asked us to. And now in my Exhibit 32, the survey dated August 30th, 2024, that shows that retaining wall clear of line 0.6 feet. So that is why that wall appears to be added, but it's not added as it is in both of my surveys.
Someone with far more expertise than me, in my opinion, needs to address this entire situation. Wozniak approved it after it was in. After it was in. And as Mr. Monahan just acknowledged, initially it was on my property. Now it's somewhat off of the property. But still, I would think it violates setbacks. Mike, let me just kind of clarify what's happening here. The reason this structure was moved, Mr. Monahan had expanded the parking area, came to within, and I've submitted pictures to you before, within 10 feet of the stream. It was a DEP violation. This is what he does. He was within 10 feet of the stream. And I had a wetlands determination study done previously. I knew it was an error. We have a situation here where there's many land use violations. This DEP situation, initially the junkyard, this wall with the structures, which really shouldn't be there. Mr. Monahan, if I understand, and please clarify this for me, wants to be Fred Johnston. He's not Fred Johnston. Fred Johnston was low-key. He was ethical. The same thing can't be said for Mr. Monahan.
So, Mr. Kirshner, I just want to clarify. The only thing that we're taking public comment on right now is just what was testified to tonight in this.
So-
You will have an opportunity to make general public comment, but we're just
Okay.
cross-examination of this particular testimony tonight, that's all.
Yeah, we probably should.
So I can't make any further comments?
You can ask him questions about his testimony tonight. There will be a time at the end where
Oh,
you can make general
later.
comments. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I should only be addressing the situation
Question,
with the
yeah,
wall?
you have questions for Mr.
Okay, that's fine.
And these were relevant because there was a survey and you were asking questions about, this is relevant
Fine.
to. Yep. Thank you.
My bad.
We all learning. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf. Please come up.
Mr. Wolf, on your way up, do you recognize that you were previously sworn and you're still under oath?
I do, thank you.
Go ahead.
I just have one question. I did file OPA requests. I have not seen these latest exhibits, so that's what's leading to my question. Is there anything in the zoning file, not the construction file, the zoning file, that approves this building for operation of a business? Not storage of farm and landscaping equipment. Anything in the zoning file that specifically states that the zoning officer is approving this for operation of a business?
I've provided the records and they speak for themselves. In the records provided to us, there is a survey that is signed for zoning purposes. It does not expressly reference the landscaping building, but it was part and parcel of the documents that together included the construction permit applications that reference the landscape business.
And to be clear, those were construction files that were in the zoning file.
Correct, but I was led to believe earlier this evening that there was a zoning approval. Is that correct?
There's the exhibit.
There's a document that says that the pole barn is approved for zoning purposes, and I trust this board's discretion to look at the totality of the evidence and decide what that means.
Okay.
It is acknowledged that that document does not specifically reference the landscaping business, but the totality of all of the documents together indicate, and is the common practice, for the building and zoning to work part and parcel together. And I trust this board to look at the totality of the evidence together.
Okay, I'll address that during the,
Do you want a copy?
I would love it, thank you so much.
It's your Exhibit 31.
Thank you.
Which, Mr. Wolf, that is a page of a multi-page file to which she's referring.
That's fine, thank you. Okay, I will address her other points in the general comment session. I just had this one question. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Monahan? Seeing no one, without objection, we'll close to the public. The clerk, Ms. Kristen, has printed out the entire file and handing out that Ms. Wiggum was referring to.
I apologize. This is only the letters, the 2016 letters that I handed out. Everything else is still digital.
Okay, I apologize, my mistake. Then where did I get this? Did you not give me this? No. What did you get? Just want to make sure. Okay, so, yes, okay, so the letters and the emails related to the 2016 timeframe, correct? It's 1, 2, 3, how many pages? 4 pages. So we can mark this as an exhibit, I'm assuming?
Yeah, 33.
Exhibit 33. Give them a chance to look at it.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Would you like me to go back and complete printing the file? There are 18 files. I don't know if you would like to be selective.
Let's,
They're pretty big
this is
files.
what she brought up, they're big files.
Okay.
The applicant has all of those files, as does the board. So I don't think, because this was brought up, I wanted to be fair to the applicant.
Thank you.
And while she's looking at that, while you were gone, we opened to the public, and Mary made the motion, and Mike made the second.
Thank you.
I don't want to get in trouble with you. Did anyone give a copy of these to our professionals?
I have one, but I don't know if Mike and Bob.
Oh, you have these files? Yeah, you got these. Files in advance, please. I'm sorry. Files in advance, please.
Yeah, these are from quite a while ago.
What's that?
These were from quite a while ago.
Yes, I know. Just Boyd, if you need a little bit of time, we can take a 10-minute recess. We're going to be here a little bit longer, so we might, if you need time, I don't want to rush you.
I just assumed everybody's looking at it right now, which if you want to recess, that's fine.
It's whatever you need.
You can borrow mine.
He can have
You
mine
can have
because I have
this.
another copy.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask a quick question of Mr. Monahan on the testimony?
You may.
Do you have an idea of how many square feet of stone you pulled back? Any general idea, or at some point we can get that number? It's not noted, it's not itemized on the survey. It's just a line that moved 3 inches on the survey, so.
You have to scale it off.
At some point, we're gonna need to know just how many square feet were
Where do you see
pulled back.
that it was moved? On the survey, it was 3 inches, correct? On paper?
That was just a comment, I'm comparing the survey from
2023.
April of 2023 to the survey of August 30th of 24. And it does show,
There's some
it
areas.
doesn't label what the line is, it just, I guess that's the stone line. It does show that moving back toward
Yes.
the building, so I would just want to know how many square feet of stone was removed. If that's something you can get to the board eventually, that would be good.
Yeah, in some areas it was 20, 25 feet. In other areas it was 5 to 10, depending on.
Right, you'll have a total square footage that you
Correct,
can give
yeah.
us. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Mike, did you have questions?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed you guys.
I think that an easy solution to that is you have the old survey.
That's
you
what-
have the new
that's-
line, so you
that's
can
what I
just
was
have
gonna-
them superimpose them and calculate that pretty easily. I just had two quick questions. We have Exhibit 31 in a new survey here, Exhibit 32. Our building is rotated 90 degrees. Do we have any awareness of when that happened? The original approval from the 90s has it sort of, I guess I'll say, in a vertical orientation, and the survey now in a horizontal orientation. Do you know where that change happened, or?
According to Exhibit 15, we have a note that the township put in the file indicating that the pole barn was facing in a different direction. It says, put on file, pole barn facing in different direction. So it was part of the initial building record.
Okay.
And I believe,
Yeah, no, I just think that it's just helpful to have that
Yeah.
clarity on how that happened, because it is a big distinction between the original approval and the survey.
it's a 90-degree perpendicular change.
Yep. And my other question is relating to, I think we discussed this at the last meeting, I want to bring it up again today. Your current survey calls it a conservation easement. The original location survey calls it a drainage easement. It looks like there's some drainage pipes that are shown through that. I think that it's just important that we eventually get clarity on what that easement is, and what it's for, and
Okay.
what it needs to be. I
Fair
just
enough.
want to make that note.
Yeah,
I
there,
don't-
Make a
I
note
didn't
of
go on the
that.
surveyor here today, so.
NJDEP has confirmed that there's no easement. Title searches have confirmed that there's no easement, and the survey says it was scaled off the tax map, and the township records don't provide any clarification as to why it's on the tax map. It appears to be misnamed in terms of calling it an easement.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed, Ms. Boyd?
Yes, I assume that,
Ms. Wiggum, you are free to ask questions now about this. Everyone has it and has had a chance to read it. Thank you.
There's another thing that's dated October 18th, 2016. Grassroot does not legally have the use of that address, let alone neither that entity or Johnson Landscaping having zoning permits for business in residential area.
you are referring to in this packet, which page, please? I just want to be clear because we need, could you please?
At the very top, it
would
says
you-
October 18th, 2016, DEP Reinbold informed Russack that as long as Johnson's business is at 35 Rosemont Ringos Road and/or an Neshannock station is registered at DEP, that's what it says at the top, and then the paragraph below that.
I don't think do I have that?
Let me see if it's in this.
The next couple are emails.
If you could just refer to, and give me a chance to find it before you start reading from it, would be helpful, and also refer to the date and who it's from and who it's
In
to.
this packet that we got, it's on page 3.
Okay? Is it the email from Maria Andrews starting with Hi Pete?
I'm not sure where it starts. It's from Finn Russack to Bruce Reinbold.
So this
CC
is
Richard.
from a complainant. No, it's not from the township. It is not official correspondence. It's somebody submitting a claim. It says violations and alleged fraud re Mitchko and Johnson. So it appears to be somebody filing a complaint saying that Mr. Johnson committed fraud with respect to chemicals.
And the second paragraph there says, East Amwell Township suggested to Russack that the pole barn use of prejudices may not be within the zoning regs. But Grassroots does not legally have use of that address, let alone that entity or Johnston Landscaping having zoning permits for business and residential area.
Okay, and so the source of this correspondence is whom, in your understanding of this document?
It looks like it is from Finn Russack to Bruce Reinbold, CC.
Okay, it says, please see below email from Finette Rusek. She is a Flemington resident. So this is a Flemington resident in 2016 claiming that perhaps there wasn't zoning clearance and the township determined that it needed to do nothing about this. This is further supportive of the estoppel argument, as well as the fact that this is a prior pre-existing permitted use. So here we have yet another point of the township looking at the use and determining that it did not need to do anything. And again, throughout this correspondence, she's going on about chemicals. And the additional records that the township have indicate that Mr. Johnson began submitting community right to know reports establishing the quantities and the types of chemicals used in his landscaping business, and no further action was required in any respect. There were no violations, nothing came of it.
Can I ask about the letter on the very first page of this document by the zoning officer, Peter Koneski? It says, please be advised that said business operation is a non-permitted use within the Amwell Valley Agricultural District and a violation of the township ordinance. I see that letter. I see the response letter from Harley Proctor to the zoning officer, but I don't see anything I don't see anything further from the township zoning officer saying, oh, you're right, I was wrong. And I'm just trying to help me understand where the statement on the very first page by the zoning officer saying said business operation is a non-permitted use within the Amwell Valley Agricultural District and a violation of the township ordinance is overwritten here by someone else who is an authority within the township here.
The last part of that, I couldn't hear you.
I don't see anything further in here that says from somebody who's a township zoning officer or planning board official that Mr. Koneski's assertion that this is an illegal business wasn't correct.
And there's nothing in here that says it was.
Well, he's
wrong.
the zoning officer here. He says this was an illegal business.
No, he
period.
says that this is a non-permitted use within the Amwell Valley zoning district. He's essentially saying that the use
violation
violates.
of the township ordinance.
Right. So this was not the zoning officer at the time that it began. It is not unusual in these matters. It happens all the time, all over the place, that the township will take a look at something, question the fact that it doesn't appear to be permitted in a zone, and then take no action upon becoming adequately satisfied that this is a pre-existing use that may continue. It is very common for the township to take no further action, and in fact, that is what happened here. And the law supports the concept that people should be able to rely on that. For the township to have issued a zoning approval along with building permits, other permits throughout the years, and then to have had its attention drawn to this property and this specific use, and then to have chosen to issue no violation. And then years later, after Mr. Monahan bought the property, the zoning officer again was comfortable issuing a zoning permit. And it wasn't until he was incessantly harassed that he decided to rescind it with no clear basis and issue a violation. And the law does not support a township acting that way. Townships are stopped from acting that way. We have 33 years of continuous use.
Other than the emails, do you have any evidence that that's why the zoning officer changed his mind? Zoning officers, it seems to me, get letters from unhappy neighbors fairly frequently. But that's not necessarily why I've got the violation notice that has now been written that again says that it's not that it prohibited use as operation of landscape business in the Amwell Valley Agricultural District. So you allege that they changed their mind and rescinded it because people wrote emails to them, but do we have any evidence of that?
The timing of the emails and the rescission of the zoning permit, that is the evidence that was provided to you in June. We walked through the timing of those emails and the escalating harassment and claims that he wasn't doing his job, and then he issued the rescission.
Is it appropriate to ask our planner to comment on this letter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
speak
well,
to it. So
I would
the
appreciate
zoning
your
officers
interpretation.
clearly made a decision in this 2016 letter and became aware, I can't speak to how they became aware, but they became aware that a business was operating out of the pole barn. This letter clearly indicates, please be advised that said business is not a permitted use within the Amwell Valley Agricultural Zone and Agricultural Zone District and in violation of the township ordinance. The next page is a letter responding to the zoning officer, which to me indicates, and I can read through this, I think everyone just did, that there's not a landscaping business operating out of that. If you read it, it says, we received your letter regarding a business operation. Please be advised that the pole barn in question is being used by Mr. Fred Johnson for the storage and maintenance of equipment both used for commercial and agricultural purposes. That's not necessarily operating a landscaping business out of it. There's a difference between storage of equipment and operation of a business. Locally grown feed corn is also stored, packaged, and sold at the barn seasonally during deer season. Mr. Johnson is known to store hunting equipment. These facts should not come as a surprise to the township. I mean, it's not indicated that this landscaping business is continued based on this letter. Based on this letter, it seems like they're really walking around admitting that there's a landscaping business, but again, it's difficult to interpret what's operating out of that site based on this letter. And I think that everyone has read it and everyone has a copy of it, and you can interpret what was happening at that pole barn based on the zoning violation that the zoning officer indicated. And what is being proposed and discussed in this response letter is what's operating out of the pole barn.
He says it's continually used the barn for those purposes for the past 25 years.
Yeah, so
And he had a landscaping business.
yeah, no, yeah, it could, it's
He's saying he's
it's-
storage it.
it's
He's
not
being.
clear.
That's what you do
There's-
with landscaping.
Yeah,
You
the
store your
guys-
stuff and you
Yeah.
take it to where you're gonna mow the lawn, you bring it back.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And may I ask a few follow-up questions of
You
your
may.
planner? Thank you. So is it common practice for a zoning officer to send official letters saying, I was wrong, you were right, after receiving back and forth correspondence? Would you expect there to be some sort of a document that says, I have confirmed that you may continue?
I think that could be, yeah.
Okay. Is a zoning officer after the first year in a position to confirm that? After the first year that a use changes in a zone, is a zoning officer in a position to confirm?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. So,
Zoning officers can issue violations, correct?
yes,
Did he issue a violation in this? Is there a notice of violation?
no,
Is there any further follow-up?
I don't know. It doesn't, based on this record, no.
Which has been clearly reviewed by the board at length. So is it a reasonable possibility that the zoning officer became satisfied with the state of affairs and it clearly chose to do nothing because a zoning violation never issued? Is that a reasonable possibility? That
It
the
is a
zoning
reasonable possibility.
Okay. And further, I will point out that this letter was not written by an attorney. This response was not written by an attorney. It was written by Mr. Proctor, farmer speak, contractor speak. It was not written by an attorney where he's parsing out the details of exactly what I would have written. But it certainly does not say he has discontinued the use. And it was certainly a response to the township and passionately written, which satisfied the township because no further action was taken.
Excuse me, Counselor, as I understand it, your argument is an estoppel argument?
To be clear, I believe the township has enough information to certify the prior nonconforming use, but in the alternative, if it were not to, the claims on appeal include claims of estoppel, that the township was stopped from denying the certification of prior nonconforming use. So just to be clear in the record, that's one of the bases to appeal a denial of the certification of prior nonconforming use.
I'm aware of the standards. My question to you is it your position? Is that your position?
It is one of the arguments, yes, that we are making, is that the township is
The
stopped.
standards of proof with respect to us, would you agree, a standard, as an attorney, you know that standards of proof for estoppel may be quite different.
I do understand that, and it would be very helpful to move on to our planner's testimony, who is going to go into more detail.
I agree.
Okay. Call your planner, please.
Okay.
And I don't believe he's previously been, was not previously
I don't
sworn
think he
in.
was,
Yeah.
and needs to be qualified as well, I
Exactly.
believe. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
What's your name, I'm sorry?
My name's John Tykina. How are you?
Good. No, I just wanted to make sure it was on the record.
Absolutely. My name is John Tykina. I'm a licensed planner in the state of New Jersey. I have been since I completed my studies at Rutgers University in 1992. I've had the pleasure of keeping my license in good standing over the last 32 years. They tell me that was a challenge. Over my long, I guess it is long at this point, over my long career, I've had the opportunity to do municipal planning. I've authored zoning ordinances for 2 National Register Historic Communities that are still in use around the state of New Jersey, in the city of Plainfield, and the historic community of Ocean Grove down in Neptune. Most of the time I do this. I represent applicants before boards throughout the state of New Jersey and around the country. both large and small. This will be my 168th different board that I've appeared before in New Jersey. And importantly, one additional thing, at the very, very beginning of my career, starting October 1st, 1989, I served as a zoning officer in the borough of Metuchen, and I held that position until December 31st of 1992. At the same time, on January 1st of 1990, I also became the zoning officer in the borough of Highland Park, New Jersey, and I held that position until 12/31/92. When I became a licensed planner, they could no longer pay me like a zoning officer. So I got a raise and I got fired. But very importantly, I had the opportunity to sit as a zoning officer for more than 2 years in small communities in New Jersey. Very familiar with the operations of planning, of zoning and building and how they work together. And very importantly, I was doing it at the exact time that we're talking about in 1990.
Will the board qualify Mr. Tykina as an expert in the field of professional planning?
I'll accept him.
Thank you.
Excuse me? No, I said after 168, other people said yes.
Well,
I was joking.
It's okay. That's good. I like a joke. So it is a pleasure to be here tonight. We are here to talk about really two elements of the prior non-conforming use. They're somewhat related, but they're really a one and a two. The first element of the non-conforming use is Mr. Monahan sought a zoning permit to ascertain that the prior non-conforming use could continue under your ordinance. Your ordinance has a section, 9212, where it talks about outstanding site plan approvals, zoning variances, and construction permits. And it says, nothing in this chapter shall require any change in a construction permit, site plan, or zoning variance which was approved before the enactment of this chapter, provided that construction shall have started within 1 year of the effective date of this chapter. And the project shall be continued to completion, otherwise the approvals are null and void. And the date in question is 12/30/1991. So, under 9212, a construction permit was issued for the construction of a pole barn for use as a landscaping, for the storage of landscaping business. Let me get the right language. Pole barn for the use of landscape and farm business equipment storage. And that was issued in 1990, prior to the enactment of the chapter in 1991. And accordingly, nothing in the future zoning would disrupt that permit. So nothing would disrupt the pole barn, nothing would disrupt the operations happening with it, whether it be storage, business, maintenance, all the things that have been occurring continuously since its construction in February of 1990. And and of course it was constructed continuously as the permit was issued and applied for and issued on February 1st, and the CO was issued on February 20th. So it was built very quickly. So all the elements of 9212 are satisfied. So I don't think it was unreasonable for the zoning officer to have issued the zoning permit that he issued in May of 2023, when Mr. Monahan presented the zoning permit application, said, "Listen, I bought this property. I want to use it for my landscape business. It's been used as a landscape business since 1990. I'd like to. Can you give me this that proves that I can continue to do that?" I don't think it was unreasonable for the zoning officer at that time to have issued that permit. There's no evidence of fraud or malfeasance. He rightly believed that he could issue the permit. And he did so on May 15th, 2023. At that time, as evidenced by all of the emails and complaints, et cetera, and they were all about something else that was going on the property that has since been stopped, appropriately so. And so everybody knew what was going on. Everybody was aware, and everybody's aware that permits were issued. So the permit was issued at that time, and 20 days go by, and then Mr. Monahan has the right to rely on the issuance of that zoning permit. That is entirely appropriate. That he sought a zoning permit, it was issued, and he has 20 days passed, and he has the right to rely on it. The fact that it was rescinded in September of 2023, long after the 20-day period of an appropriate appeal has expired, I believe the rescission would be inappropriate because there's no evidence of, again, malfeasance or fraud or any of the things that would cause a permit to be withdrawn. Now, the zoning officer at the time acknowledged you might want to go seek a certificate from the zoning board. I think he was starting to figure like, well, maybe somebody's whispering in his ear, well, maybe you shouldn't have issued that because, it's more than a year, et cetera. And I might agree with that. But he did issue it in good faith, and I think Mr. Monahan has the ability to rely on it. And that's all I think we need to say about that. It was issued in May of 23. 20 days goes by. The appeal period ends. Case law, Sikowski v. Zoning Board of Lavalette, where you can't come around and try and use something else, whether it's a complaint, it's somebody saying, well, you don't have the law, et cetera. You can't then use the zoning process to try and get something overturned. You might be able to file a prerogative writ or do something else, but the zoning process is crystal clear. A decision is made by the zoning official. 20 days pass. If an appeal is made, it's sent here. Like, for example, when the rescission was made, within 20 days, we appealed to you. That's the right procedure. Having a permit issued in May 15th, 2023, and having it rescinded magically in September, that is not the appropriate procedure. And accordingly, I believe Mr. Monahan has the ability to rely on that. All that notwithstanding, we're here for the second piece of it. We want to put on our belt and suspenders and say, you know what? The belt and suspenders way to do this is let's go to the zoning board and seek a certificate of nonconforming use, where we have a use that began in February of 1990. A construction permit was applied for that included a zoning approval, and that was the procedure at that time, where as part of a construction permit process, a zoning approval would be issued and sought and issued at the same time. Every town, and there were 567 at that time, we're down to, I think, 564 now. Every town, there's 564 different ways to do it. I was a zoning officer in 2 towns that were 3 miles from each other, and we did it 2 different ways because that was how they wanted it done. So, but you always made sure. Now, I had the pleasure of working with a construction official who wanted to make sure that the zoning officer and he worked hand in hand. So we made sure that we had overlapping office hours where for 2 hours every week, the zoning officer and the construction official were in the same room. And he would give me every single permit, whether it was an electrical panel. He'd want to say, John, this person's seeking a second electric panel at their house. Would that be compliant with zoning if they had a second use there? We want to check that out.
And, and we made sure that we, had good coordination there. And again, 99 times out of 100, didn't matter. We could, everything was fine and we signed off on it. But there were times when you would, you might want to have a second look at something. In this instance, appropriately, zoning approval issued 12790, building permit issued 2190, certificate of occupancy issued 22090 for a pole barn for landscaping, business, and farm storage use. That then continued, and as we had testimony from our neighbors, where they said that the use continued the whole time. Mr. Kirshner testified that he had no issue when Mr. Johnston had a landscape business and farmed the adjacent property. He had no issue for the 25 years that Fred Johnston was there. He didn't have an issue until Mr. Monahan was there. Maria Kowali at 33 Rosemont Ringos Road, likewise, had no issue with Fred and Arlie for 35 years, and for the landscape business and farm equipment storage that was going on at that time. And finally, Bruce Harms at 37 Rosemont Ringos Road. Likewise, the landscaping business was no problem, and is no problem. Okay, so that was our three neighbors who testified, who provided, right, under oath, right? They were all under oath. Sworn testimony to you, they had no issue with the landscaping business that went on there for the last 35 years. So, we think that is appropriate and something for the board to consider. Beyond that, and our testimony from our neighbors, we had, we talked about our permits and our C of O that were in 13, 14, and 15. You go to Exhibit 16, which is a fence permit issued September 20, 2022, for a fence replacement by your zoning officer. Then we had Exhibit 17, September 26, 2022, a UCC permit for a demo of an in-ground concrete pool that took place at the property. March 1 of 2023, we have a certificate of approval to replace an oil furnace at the property. Exhibit 19, May 18, 2023, a zoning permit to replace a fence at the property, including the pendency of a DEP letter and making sure that we started to understand what these mystical easements are that have shown up on the property. And nobody has a good explanation, certainly nothing in title. I would submit to you that there are no easements if there's nothing in title. And as importantly, Mr. Monahan, as he testified, has been working with the DEP to make sure that the property is in full compliance with the appropriate DEP wetland regulations. I'm appreciative of Mr. Kirshner and his vigilance in that regard, and Mr. Monahan has done the right thing, and he's consulted with DEP. They've told him what to do. He's pulled back materials. He's done all the right things. And that is entirely appropriate. Exhibit 20, in May 8th, 2023, a zoning permit for a deck replacement. Again, with a survey indicating, and again, a survey, very, very important here. Part of Exhibit 20, with a survey noted, East Amwell Township zoning released, and a date and initials right on the survey, just like it is on the 12790 document from our building permit for the pole barn and the business, again, and the landscaping business. Again, the zoning and the building permit, they go hand in hand. Then,
Which one are you referring to, I'm sorry?
that was Exhibit 20 for the zoning permit for a new deck replacement.
Thank you.
Then, on Exhibit 21, May 18th, 2023, so this is just after the zoning permit was issued for the landscaping business and the farm use that was issued on May 15th. Here we have a zoning permit to install a concrete block retaining wall along the bank at the end of the property. Once again, with a survey signed off by the East Amwell Township zoning officer. Again, exactly as it is in the 1990 permit approval. And then finally, Exhibit 22, August 17th, 2023, UCC permit for a deck replacement. Importantly, and again, going to some of the comments from the public, and I'm very, very sensitive to Mr. Kirschner's concerns about the wall and where it was. And when survey made Mr. Monahan aware that there was an encroachment, the encroachment was fixed. You should not encroach on your neighbor's property. But it is entirely appropriate for a retaining wall that received a zoning permit from the zoning office to acknowledge that a retaining wall may be on a property because, as it is in this instance, the land may be at two different levels. And that would be why you would need a retaining wall. So those types of walls would be appropriate being right on a property line, just as a fence would be. And I'm sure the township has rules and regulations with how tall they can be. I guess we're too close to this, is that why? That must be why. We'll just point it that way. Some of them being picked up.
We can hear you.
You can hear me, that's never a problem. So usually I go last, and I have to wake the board up, because they've been listening to other people talk for 22 hours. So I like to try and change the energy in the room. In any event, so we have a zoning permit that was issued for the retaining wall that was in question along the property line. And again, I'm sure the township has rules and regulations about how high fences can be, how high walls can be. And again, because the zoning permit was issued, I'm certain that those rules were followed, especially when the zoning officer issued 3 or 4 permits within, a week of each other on the same property. I'm sure he was there and knew. And then, again, I'm certain that, as evidenced by the concern about the zoning permit issued on the 15th, if Mr. Kirschner had a concern on the permit for the retaining wall, the appropriate thing would have been to file an appeal within the 20 days, and I'm sure he knew because he was talking to the guy every day, so I'm sure he knew what was going on there. That would have been the appropriate time to bring that up. But again, I think there's nothing untoward about that retaining wall because, again, the properties are clearly at 2 separate levels. And then finally, the last one in Exhibit 22 is for a deck replacement, the construction permit for that. And then we did note the township tax assessor's record from 2004, where it acknowledged that the business was potentially there. And then we've had additional discussion about the investigation in 2016 about the pesticides, et cetera. And the zoning officer wrote a letter in 2016 where he said, a business is not a permitted use in the Amwell Valley Agricultural District. He's right, it's not. And that's not a permitted use in the zone. He's right, it's not, in 2016. And then 2 days later, Mr. Proctor, Arlie Proctor comes back and says, as you asked, please respond with some information. Mr. Proctor responded with the information, and he concluded with, if you have any further questions or concerns, please contact me. And the file dies, because I believe the zoning officer was satisfied, like, yes, this is a prior non-conforming use to that permit in 1990. It's been going on for 25 years. And absolutely get your pesticides right with DEP, all those things. But in terms of the business, it was appropriate that it was there because it's been legally established and in place since 1990. All of this supports continuous township involvement with the property and no violations or citations about the landscaping business until September of 2023, when a zoning permit is magically rescinded and a violation is issued, contravening 33 years of township history. And interestingly, and as I said before, where there's a case about a zoning an appeal and when it can be done, et cetera, Sikowski v. Board of Adjustment. Of course there's a case, Bonaventure v. Spring Lake, that again is right on point. Let me stop before we get there, because I want to make two separate and distinct points here. Based on the evidence of the construction, the zoning approval, 1/27/1990, the construction permit approval, 2/1/1990, the certificate of occupancy, 2/20/1990, a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zoning and building approvals on the property over the ensuing 33 years. We have a tax assessor document from 2004. We have a township investigation from 2016. We have testimony from 3 sworn witnesses that the landscaping and farm business, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Proctor, that it existed from 1990 until today. Okay? Based on all of that evidence together, and all of the documentation evidence that came out of township records, not from us, township records, OPA requests, township permits, signed, etc. Based on all of that evidence, I believe the board has not only the ability to issue a certificate of non-conforming use, I believe we have an obligation to issue a certificate of non-conforming use. The second piece of that is, under Bonaventure v. Spring Lake, even if you were to say, well, I don't know if the guy could have done it in 1990. I don't know if he could have done it, if he should have done it. I don't know, is it storage, is it operation? And Mr. Kadri hit it right on the head. When you operate a landscape business or a farming business, for that, a farm equipment business, or you farm property for someone, it is one of those unique uses where you store the equipment someplace. For example, it is stored at 35 Rosemont Ringos Road. The work of the business is done somewhere else. It's not done there. It's done, whether they were cutting an adjacent field, they were landscaping and cutting properties around the township, around Hunterdon County, helping farmers deal with firewood further away, whatever the case may be. Farming is one of those things where landscaping business is one of those things where the business has its stuff someplace, but it operates someplace else. What happens where you store your stuff is you come back, you clean it up, you put it away, you might maintain it, you might sharpen a blade, you might change an oil, you might do whatever you're doing as part of your ordinary maintenance of equipment that you store someplace. And then you come back the next day and you do it all over again. And that is entirely consistent with what a landscaping or farming business would do, where they store and maintain their equipment. And you've heard uncontroverted testimony that that is what has occurred here for the last 34 years, since a zoning and building permit was issued for it in February of 1990. So, under Bonaventure v. Spring Lake, even if you said, you know what, they should have done it in 1990, the fact that it existed for the last 35 years and the township knew about it, whether it knew about it in 2004, it knew about it in 2016, it knew about it in 22, it knew about it in 23, the fact that the township knew what was going on there, at some point, the ability of the township to say, no, you can't do that anymore, runs out. And that's exactly what Bonaventure v. Spring Lake said. Said, well, they might have started a business that was this, and it might have morphed into that. But you know what? It's been there for 30 years, and this court's not going to upset that. And that property owner is entitled to use their property as they have been for the last 30 years in that instance. 33 years in this instance. So again, I think that our appeal that the zoning permit was inappropriately rescinded, you could find it in our favor there. But I would understand why you wouldn't. That because the timing isn't right. The right thing to do. What is it called, council? Turning square corners? Right? So the right thing to do would have been to come for a Section 68 certificate of nonconforming use and present evidence why your use has been there, why it was established legally, why it operated continuously, and why it may continue. And I believe by the evidence we presented, starting with our Exhibit 13 and proceeding through Exhibit 23, that evidence collectively shows it was established legally prior to the grandfather date of 12/31/1991. It was allowed to continue because it had a construction permit issued before then. And it's interesting. We keep talking about didn't have a zoning approval, didn't have a this. No. The language of your ordinance is clear. It says construction permit, site plan, or zoning variance. Nowhere there does it say zoning approval. It says construction permit. And in exhibit, it's labeled as 15, it is actually exhibit 14. And in 13, 14, and 15 collectively, we have a construction permit and a certificate of occupancy for a pole barn with a, I really don't like this language, use of landscape and farm business equipment storage. And that is precisely what Mr. Monahan would like to continue. His continued use of landscape and farm business equipment storage in that pole barn, as has been there for the last 33 years. And for those reasons, I believe you have the ability and actually the obligation to issue the certificate under 68. I'm available for your questions.
So I have a question.
Yep.
You're not attorney, are you, sir?
No, sir, I'm a licensed planner.
Thank you.
My wife is very
Have you gone
upset
to
about
law
that.
school?
Excuse me?
Have you gone to law school?
No, sir.
Have you ever studied law?
No, sir. Actually, one class. It's what got me hooked into this. Jerry Rose,
Thank you.
Principles of Land Use Law.
And you rely, but you've spent a great deal of time telling us what the law is.
Correct, because...
Excuse me, sir. You said correct. Right. You
May
spent,
I-
and you relied upon the case of Bonaventure versus Spring Lake.
For a portion of the testimony.
Well, you
Yes.
relied upon the case.
Yes, for a
Have you
portion of
read the
testimony.
case?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you have. Right? I have read the case. I've only had the opportunity to read what is in New Jersey Zoning and Land Use Administration with respect to Bonaventure versus Spring Lake. And I respectfully, as a lawyer, disagree with your reading of the case. But more importantly, you do not have any expertise in terms of interpreting legal cases. Your expertise is as a zoning officer. So
No, sir. My expertise is as a licensed planner in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, fine.
And every element of what I do testifying here comes directly out of case law. So if we were here for a D1 use variance, my standard of proof would be Medici VPPR from South Plainfield, 1987, a case that I'm required as a planner to make sure I know that case and I can satisfy the proofs within it. If I was here for an expansion of a nonconforming use, I would be here under Burbage v. Mine Hill, 1987.
I understand.
And again, it is in that context that I am required as a planner to know the law, to know how these individual cases lay out a roadmap for what is the standard of proof that I need to show for each and every element.
We can read Bonaventure versus Spring Lake, right, for ourselves. Right? We have counsel who can interpret it. We have members of the zoning board who are attorneys who can interpret it, and so what we have been given by you is your interpretation of Bonaventure versus Spring Lake. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I had a question. Yeah. Mr. Takina, yes.
Can I briefly respond? For the record, I've read the Bonaventure case. It's an appellate division case from 2010. The citation is 350 NJ Super 420. And I 100% agree entirely with Mr. Takina's assessment of the case and its relevance here. In that case, a township was stopped from revoking or for not allowing a prior existing use to continue that had expanded substantially over the years. And
It was a
100%,
case about a
excuse
restaurant,
me,
Counselor.
excuse me. I appreciate, I will listen, but please
Go
let me
ahead.
finish. I 100% agree that that case is a relevant standard that applies here on which we are relying and that it has been accurately cited to you and described in terms of its relevancy, 100%. And every planner that I've had testified has done exactly as Mr. Takina has said, which is to understand the relevant standards. You've got construction officials interpreting regulations under the Uniform Construction Code. Licensed people all the time have to work. NJDEP, licensed site remediation professionals are interpreting law. Everybody's working with law to understand law when they have a license. He has a license and is within the purview for him to understand the case law that's relevant here. And I believe his argument was well made and stands. Mr. Cohat?
We have your opinion, Counselor.
Excuse me?
We have your opinion.
So I just want to say too, and Mr. Catenacci, I think because we're doing something that's a little different, it's a different application than we see sometimes. I think that's what any planner does anytime they testify about any variance, right, or any RIPA relief, right? They're giving their opinion on the case law, which we talk about positive and negative criteria, and if we're talking about a D variance coming from Medici, right? So that's just his interpretation as a professional planner with his experience and everything of how he thinks that case law applies here. And that's up to the board and for our professionals to say, we agree or disagree, and that's up for the board to decide.
Of course.
Thank you. Ms.
I'm still asking questions.
Yeah, Mr. Cohat had one, and then you're up.
Hi, Mr. Takina. I just wanted to point out, really just for the record, that you cited Exhibits 19, 20, and 21, which are all permits that were pulled, and they were pulled for single-family residential use, not commercial use. So I think that offering those as evidence of the zoning board or the township's involvement with the property is, it's walking a line where it doesn't speak to the zoning approval for the business. It speaks to the, yes, being on the property, but looking at it through the lens of a residential use. And that's what it was responding to, was the residential use.
It speaks to, as you said, that the township was on the property. And I would submit to you, it would be virtually impossible to be on that property, particularly on that property for a fence in the rear, for a deck in the rear, for a pool removal in the rear, and not know what was going on at the back of the property.
I wasn't suggesting that.
So, and it is in that context that I believe it is relevant that those permits were issued at that time.
Are you satisfied?
Mr.
Kadri?
Perspective.
Yep.
So, I just wanted to understand when we're talking about like a prior non-conforming use. I'm assuming that in 1990, the use was conforming. That there was there zoning that precluded the use in 1990? They didn't issue a permit that was non-conforming then. It's at some point zoning changed. Do we know when that changed?
So that's the question that
We believe it changed in 1991, 12/31/1991, but we don't know that because though we have asked a half a dozen times, we've been to the county, we've been several different places, other attorneys in the county that that I work with in the county. I said, hey, you wouldn't happen to have an old East Amwell ordinance from '89, would you?
Sorry, did you ask for ordinances or did you ask for the existing law?
We
Ordinances that were passed?
We asked for my question and my Oprah request, quote unquote, of Ms. Gilberti was, Ms. Gilberti, can you please send me a copy of the ordinance that was in effect on 1/27/1990? And she could not. She said, I don't have it. We don't have anything before, we don't have anything before 97 or whatever the date was. And that's entirely understandable, and I understand it's been in 2 different townships, et cetera, so we couldn't. But I agree with you, Mr. I agree with you, Mr. Kadri. I'm fairly confident that the zoning officer in 1990 issued, a permit for a landscaping and farm business because that was permitted in some way in that district at that time. I don't even know what the district was called at that time. I don't think it was called the Amwell Valley Agricultural District. I think it was probably called something else. But again, because kind of all the nomenclature, everything changed in 92 with the township. So, but that is, but your analysis and your question is exactly on point. That's exactly what happened. Something was permitted in 1990, a permit was sought and issued appropriately, and then they relied on that permit for the long period of time. At some point in time, I would assume prior to 2016, based on the letter from the zoning officer in 16 said it's not permitted. Sometime between 1990 and 2016, the rules changed, and the law in New Jersey says that's nice, but if you were a legally established prior non-conforming use, prior to that becoming non-conforming, you can continue. And that's exactly what we're here for.
So the one thing too, and I think we talked about this the last time, is one important part of this test is it had to be lawful at the time that the zoning changed, right? So that's one thing that when we talk about non-conforming uses, we sometimes leave off that first language of lawful, right? So essentially what you're saying, right, and that's the question, in 1990, was it lawful before the zoning changed? Is that the question that you have?
I'm assuming
and that's
it
the
was.
burden of the applicant to establish.
Yes, and again, you have an ordinance, 9212, section 9212, that specifically says if there is a construction permit that is issued, nothing in this new enactment shall change that. So because we have a construction permit issued for a really annoys me, I can't get this language all the time, for use of a landscape and farm business equipment storage, because we have a construction permit that is issued for that. Your ordinance 9212 says that is legally established.
I don't know if that's what that ordinance says.
I think it says it without question.
So I'm just going to read the ordinance director, what we're saying. Nothing in this chapter shall require any change in a construction permit, site plan, or zoning variance, which was approved before the enactment of this chapter, provided that the construction shall have been started within 1 year from the effective date of this chapter, and the project shall be continuously pursued to completion. Otherwise, said approvals and permits shall be void. So I understand how you're interpreting that, but it seems like that, at least from my interpretation of that, it's trying to get at the issue where when permits were issued, and now you're in that in-between time of the zoning just changed, what do we do now? Do we have to go back and get new approvals because we didn't have the opportunity to start it? Right? That's something different than what we have here, where we have a use
Right.
that may or may not have been lawful at the time
No.
when the permits were issued.
We have a construction permit. 9212 says we have a construction permit. Nothing shall require any change in that permit.
In the
Period.
permit.
Right.
But
permit.
what about the use? Because there's also an issue
The
too,
use,
and
the use is in there. A
I think
construction
that-
permit a construction permit was issued. A zoning approval is part of the construction jacket.
so there's another, I understand that. I think also from my perspective, there's another issue when it comes to two uses on the lot, right? There's arguably other two principal uses on this lot too, right? So that's something I think the board needs to address too, but regardless of that.
I wish we had the ordinance from 1990.
And I understand.
That would tell us that.
So I want to respond to that, because my understanding is, I don't know that, if you go now to find out what rules are in place, you go to E-code, there's the code, right? I know for a fact the township does not have code from that date, because I asked the same question you asked. What the township likely has, and I'm going, is the ordinances, which would you then need to go and do a lot of research to figure out what the ordinance, but that's a different request and a different thing. And I just want to be clear, did you ask for the actual ordinances or did you ask for the code?
Both.
Like what was, okay.
And again, 9212, I think, is black and white. We have a construction permit issued before 12/31/91. And it says nothing shall disturb that. That tells me, see, and I agree with you, if we had the in-between period, that's if we got an approval in 91 and we didn't build it until 92. If we went and tried to build that in 93 or 94, I agree, we would have been toast. That's not our case. We're done in 1990, long before. Accordingly,
But the
this
question I
says
have though
don't-
is whether
don't
the use
disturb.
was ever lawful, right? We're saying, and I understand the argument you're making, but the question here, the key is, was that use? And I understand permits were issued, I understand that. And unfortunately, based on the Oprah request that you've asked for, we don't have the actual ordinance, right? We don't know actually, and you're, providing all of these things as a substitute almost, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, in order to show these permits were issued, i.e. it was lawful.
Correct.
Right? And I understand that.
And we have no reason to think that it wasn't.
And I understand that, but I do think we still need to look at it from the perspective of a lawful pre-existing non-conforming use, because I do think there's some ambiguity in this 92-12.
I disagree completely that there's ambiguity in 92-12. And that's where Bonaventure does come in. Where this use has existed continuously. As testified, we have sworn testimony from 3 neighbors. We have permits that were issued, and we had photographic evidence that was provided as well. And so it's clearly been continually there. Under Bonaventure, if it's been there for 33 years, and we don't even have the expansion issue that we had in Bonaventure with the restaurant.
Well, I think there is a question of that. I think there is a question of that. And I do think the previous hearing, there was a question about expansion, particularly in the gravel.
I mean,
right?
in general,
but
it's- the
besides that.
footprint and the intensity increased. It's been pulled back now, right? Now it's been pulled back, so both the stone and the activities have been pulled back. But
I don't necessarily equate stone with expansion and activity. I agree the stone has been pulled back because of a potential DEP issue. And again, we have a zoning permit that was issued for the retaining wall. And again, the retaining wall has gravel, et cetera. That retaining wall permit essentially establishes the limits, that definitely exist today, without question.
I'm struggling with kind of the same thing. Is storage and business the same thing? You've posited that it is. The landscape business is about storage of equipment. But I do see an intensification with the retaining wall and the sections where gravel and where mulch and other things are sectioned off. In the old photographs, I don't see anything like that. I see storage of trucks. I see landscaping things. There just feels to me like there's been a greater growth of business as opposed to storage. And that's what my question is. Are they still even the same thing? Once Mr. Monahan bought it, did he substantially change the business side of it?
I don't believe he changed the landscaping and farm business side of it at all. And if he did, it's actually reduced from what the testimony was of what Mr. Johnson was before that.
Would something like the number of employees, the number of cars coming and going, would that
Yes.
come under that?
That's what I was wondering.
Like-
Are there more trucks
Like,
coming
I don't
and
know,
going
did
now
Mr.
to
Johnson
pick
have
up
employees?
stuff?
I don't know. I'm asking you, is that something that's relevant?
It could be, but again, it's all within a 4,000 square foot, there's a 4,000 square foot building and there's, X amount of pavement around it. And whether there's X amount or there's X amount plus 30 square feet, I don't think those two things are materially different.
I was asking about coming and going,
Again, if there's
number of employees.
10 trucks but if there's 10 trucks and 20 employees, or are there 20 trucks and 20 employees, like, is that an expansion? Is that not? Again, I think it's all somewhat
If
relative.
it's 10 trucks and then 20 trucks, is that an expansion?
I don't know
I'm
because
asking the
because the building that it's all being stored in and the area is largely the same. Again, I understand, Ms. Wiggum, your comment about the retaining wall and the material in front of that, but again, that's a retaining wall that was issued because the slope was falling down or whatever it was.
Excuse me, do you recall that Mr. Obama had testified that there was already a retaining wall and that it had collapsed and he had to rebuild it?
Correct.
But I think he also substantially changed it. Because he brought the wings out and started storing materials there. And my question is, do more trucks have to come in to pick up those materials to go out? And
No,
do it?
his
But it was just
testimony.
storage.
No, his testimony is that it's storage and it's materials that his people use on their jobs. So again, I don't think it's materially different. Whether it was, the wall was moved to the property line or it was 10 feet over. Again, those they're not overly dramatic in terms of their difference. But in terms of the general business being there, the building's still 4,000 square feet. The carports or whatever that have been there since 2008, 2009 are actually less than they were in the exhibits from 2012 and 2017 and 2022. So again, it's changed and evolved. I don't think any of that is a material change to the non-conforming use.
In terms of intensification?
In terms of intensification or, a business can continue to operate. And it's, I think we're all going to acknowledge that a business in 1990 would be different than business in 2023. And that would be appropriate. Nobody's saying, it had to stay exactly the same.
We do think that, I don't know if can I just ask a question here?
Yeah, go ahead.
That on the storage building there itself, we know that you said the equipment is being stored there. What's going to designate, like, the trucks and the trailers that are parked out in the parking lot? Is that a legal thing? Is that a zoning thing also?
Yes,
So
it's all
part and parcel of the whole
part and
thing?
parcel of the use, and you store some equipment inside, and you can either park a truck inside or park a truck outside. They're kind
So
of
is there a
big.
limit to the area where the trucks can park? Is it all in the back part of the gate?
Yes, it's all behind the gate. As we heard, the area is being pulled back from the stream appropriately, so I think it's even been reduced from what it probably overly was. And again, it's going to be fully within whatever, we're going to hit a date and say this is it. And I think the zoning permit that was issued as shown in Exhibit 21 for the retaining wall, that's probably the right limit. Which actually then with the change from the DEP requirements and requests is largely going to be what we show in Exhibit 32 on the survey that was submitted from August of 2024.
Can I also ask a question about trees? I'm looking at the 2020 map, and I see back here where the creek is, there were more green things than there seem to be now.
Yes, that was part of the discussion that Mr. Monahan talked about with DEP.
Is that going to be replaced?
Yes, he's in the process of complying with all the DEP's requests. That is a multi-step and onerous process, shall we say. And he needs to revegetate. It needs to live for a certain number of growing seasons, et cetera. I think he testified it would be 3 years before he gets quote-unquote released from what he's doing there. But yes, all that is all under the purview of the DEP, as it appropriately should. I'm a big proponent of do your job. So DEP's doing their job, zoning officers doing their job, zoning board's going to do their job.
What happened to the trees?
I don't know.
Mr. Monahan had testified at the first hearing that he had removed certain arborvitae and trees that had died.
So he removed the trees.
Let's clarify, because it sounds like you're referring to living trees. You had testified regarding removing some trees that had died, correct? Okay.
You were supposed to talk longer than that, so I can get another one.
Can I just ask a quick question related to the DEP?
Go ahead.
Has the applicant provided any copies of letters or anything from the DEP in writing that tells them what they need to do? How much they need to pull back, what trees they need to replace? I don't know that I've seen any documents from the DEP on that yet.
I'm allowed to speak?
Yes.
So prior to this meeting, I had asked the lady that we spoke about last meeting if I could get a letter. And she said that we cannot give you a letter until the whole process is completed.
Can you actually speak into a microphone, because I'm going to end up having to pay the swear jar for not having you speak on the microphone.
So yes, as we spoke in the last meeting, I had asked, before we talked about the lady DEP, and I had asked for a letter to come to this meeting with, and she said that she is not able to give me any letter until the process is completed. And that is 3 growing seasons. And as we stand here today, this week actually, we're going to be planting, it's called a riparian buffer mix, along with plants and certain vegetation that is natural to the area. So it'll blend back in, and then I have to undergo 3 growing seasons from that time. And the first growing season will be spring of 2025, fall of 2025, and then spring of 2026. And then after that, if everything is healthy and everything is living, then I will have a signed off letter saying that I am all good. But at that moment,
Can you provide me with the name of that contact that you've talked with at DEP so I can reach out to her? I don't see that that's an issue.
there's emails with her.
Was there emails?
And may I ask a question?
Okay.
Did she give you anything in writing? Did she give you something and said, here's what you did wrong and here's what you need to do right?
I received.
Was that in the record already?
I have tons
There's
of.
nothing about that in the record because the NJGEP jurisdiction isn't really that relevant to the prior non-conforming use. But of course, we want to respond to any questions
Well,
you
it-
have that you make that. Excuse me?
I just said in this town it is.
Well, the question was, the planner testified that he's been doing what the DEP wants, and I don't know that anybody knows what the DEP is asking for. I don't think that's a big issue to say, give me the email, I'll reach out to whoever down at DEP and wetlands or whatever you're talking to and just confirm it, that's all.
Yeah, and in short, just so that everyone understands, that I had to pull out in terms of any unwanted stone or gravel as it is on the survey, and I had to pull it out, and then I have to replenish the area so that it's more natural habitat, which in short, I'm going to be putting rows of plants and shrubs along the very edge of the stone, and then as it slopes down into that drainage easement, we're going to be putting a certain riparian buffer mix that she
Yeah, the
requested.
DEP is very thorough with that.
Yes.
Did
I
you
can-
reach out to them, or did they contact you?
They had reached out to me.
Okay. Yeah, we could just get the name and I'll reach out. That's not an issue. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask the board and our professionals if you have any more questions for Mr. Monahan or Mr. Takini?
Taikina, very close.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And then would like to take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good to me.
We're not the only one.
And then maybe we can
And then we'll come back.
open.
And then we'll open to the public.
I don't have any more.
And then we'll just, when we come back, so Mr. Chiquina's prepared. with a
After the break.
cross-exam of him, of his testimony.
Yes,
That's
yes.
where we're at next, okay.
Yeah.
Just make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Everybody can speak.
So may I have a motion for a 10-minute break? All in favor? Any objections? Okay, we will reconvene at 9:40. Thank you, everyone. I'm reading the room here. Okay, East Amwell Planning Board is back in session. It is 9:42-ish, 3-ish. So who's next? I'm trying to remember.
It'll be, so right now we're going to the cross-examination of,
Cross-exam? Or no, questions from the board. And then
well, we can do question from the board, however you want to do
And
it.
then public, right?
Professionals?
Professionals, do you have more questions for the planner?
No, we're good.
And the professionals have, and the board has asked many questions of the planner. Does the board have any more questions for the planner? Anyone on the board? Professionals have no more questions of the planner. Okay. May I have a motion to open to the public for questions of this planner for his testimony tonight?
I so moved.
Second.
Anyone object? Okay. Open to the public for questions of the planner for his testimony tonight. Okay, that's confusing. Thank you, so now I don't have to pay the swear jar.
Sir, I have some questions about the infamous wall. To refer to it as a wall is a misnomer. Fred Johnston had railroad ties, about 3 feet high. They were there for 30 years. Hillside never washed out. It's contiguous to my property. I brush hog the fields all the time. I would like your response to this. If you look at the picture, these blocks are 8 to 10 feet high. They go 30 feet. Off of the blocks are sections where materials are stored. I want to say the obvious. This was not built as a retaining wall. This was built to store materials. Mr. Monahan is in a residential area. These things were being built for business purposes. It's a non-conforming use. It should have come before the planning board. Please, tell me I'm wrong.
There was a zoning permit issued on May 18th, 2023 to install a concrete block retaining wall, signed by the zoning officer, May 18th, 2023. That's the wall I'm referring to.
And Mr. Taquino.
I don't doubt for a
I was gonna
moment.
say the exhibit, if you know the exhibit.
Exhibit 21,
Okay,
thank
that's all.
you.
Excuse me. I don't doubt for a moment that that's the way it was presented. And that's exactly why I have a problem with Mr. Monahan. It was probably presented as a retaining wall. If you look at the pictures,
Which pictures are
there's
you?
no way that this is a retaining wall. And if you, and perhaps the folks on the board did a site visit, there's materials stored in these different areas. This came right up to my property line. It's an expansion of what Johnston had done. I don't want his business on my bank. Once more, I don't doubt that he told Wozniak that it was a retaining wall. It's not. Look at the pictures. Pictures don't lie.
Mr.
Please
Kirchner,
don't refer to it as a retaining wall.
which pictures are you referring to? The ones that you gave tonight?
Previously, I submitted pictures. and-
Okay,
and
that's what I just wanna make
There's two that you got tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you got two tonight. One has a picture of the wall, the infamous wall.
Are they still there?
What?
Are those blocks still there?
They're still there. They're 30 feet long, they're 8 feet high, there's sections. There's 4 or 5 sections. He's been asked to move them. It's a non-conforming use. They were used for business purposes. It's not a retaining wall.
Thank you.
You want to tell me I'm wrong? Want to tell me I'm wrong?
Can I first have Mr. Monahan just restate some of his testimony with respect to the wall? You testified that a portion of the property had collapsed.
That's correct. And the wall, the retaining wall that I have a zoning permit for is used, while it also may be used for other things, but the main use of this wall is to keep the property from falling back. And that is what I was approved by the zoning officer. So he came out also after
And
it
you
was
constructed
completed.
it at the height that you understood was necessary to continue to retain the difference in elevation as it had started to collapse.
That is correct.
And the, excuse me,
Just
Wait, let me know when you're done.
Yes.
I won't be speaking, so.
Thank you.
The portion of the wall that, I'll speak louder if that's helpful to you.
Yes.
The portion of the wall that is forming the actual, doing the retaining, that is permanent, correct?
Correct.
And the portions, the blocks that you have put there, which allow you to have storage of landscape materials, those blocks are movable, correct?
Yes.
They are not part of any permanent wall.
Correct. They're just sitting there. They can be moved.
And they're on area that was already gravel, already impervious cover.
Correct.
Excuse me, I know we both speak English. If it's just a retaining wall, please explain to me why you need these different sections and store materials there.
Mr. Kirchner, the testimony is that the placement of materials in this area between blocks that separate them is separate from the retaining wall. He has not referred to that storage of landscape materials, storage, and those blocks that separate them that he can move. He has not referred to those as the retaining wall. He is making use, according to his testimony, of the existing retaining wall to facilitate putting materials there. Clearly, you determined it was a good location to do that, to use that retaining wall as the backing of it. However, he is not claiming that those material piles and the blocks that separate them are part of the retaining wall.
Semantics become very important here. Let's deal with the facts. Mr. Monahan is in a residential area. These areas, call them whatever you want, where you have the wall and these different sections, are being used for business purposes. You can't dispute that. It may have been presented to Wozniak as if it was a retaining wall, but it was never just a retaining wall. It had these different sections, and the blocks are 8 to 10 feet high, and there are 4 or 5 different sections, and materials are stored in them. Please, come on.
I respectfully, the application is to allow the storage of landscape, to allow a landscape storage business to continue. It's conceded that that is a commercial use in the zone. That is the very nature of this application.
But the point is, when he went to Wozniak, that's not the way it was presented. And it's right up against my property line.
And I understand that you're attributing meaning to that. The evidentiary value of the record of the number of times that the township went out to the property, knew what was going on there, looked at various components of it, inclusive of the retaining wall. The number of times that the township was out there was presented in order to paint the totality of the picture of how long this use has continued, with the township having opportunities to look at various aspects of the property. It's additive to the fact that twice zoning permits were issued. So that is the evidentiary value of it, and the sole reason it was offered to this board.
As a layperson, and I'll qualify that, as a layperson, I believe the permits were issued inappropriately.
Mr. Kirchner, we hear you. We've heard what you said. Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
the permit was issued for a retaining wall, and your ordinance defines retaining wall as a structure erected between lands of different elevation to protect structures and/or prevent washing down of erosion of earth from the upper slope level. I agree. Mr. Kirchner's land is higher than Mr. Monahan's land, and the structure that is placed there is a retaining wall, without question. That is what the permit is for, and that's what it's there for. Definitely.
Have you ever seen it, sir?
Thank you.
I was there today, sir.
Were you? Good, okay. Because we're going to see it too.
Mr. Wolf? You're still under
I think,
oath.
sorry?
You're still under oath.
Yes, thank you. I think there are some real veracity issues here, but I'll reserve most of that for the general presentation. But I do want to address a few things. First of all, is it Mr. Takina?
Tykina.
Tykina. Do you live in East Amwell?
No.
Do you know the history of East Amwell?
No.
Okay. But yet you speak with such confidence about what the rules were like in 1990, that this had to allow commercial use in that zone. So let me share some things with you. First of all, I've done extensive research into the history of East Amwell, mainly in connection with transgressions by a golf course, but also because I found it very interesting. East Amwell has historically been agricultural. Over the years, the township has carved out certain areas for business, but the general rule in East Amwell was agricultural. I also bought my farm from somebody who at the time was the longest lived resident in East Amwell. He spent 95 years in East Amwell Township, Fred Reinerson. My road is named after his family. He told me stories of what our area was like once upon a time. In 1990, businesses weren't allowed in that area. For the most part, businesses weren't allowed anywhere in East Amwell Township except for a few general exceptions. And over time, the township expanded those exceptions in the village area to add very small pockets where they allow business. So the notion that in 1990, commercial activity was allowed in that area, that was all farms, that's not right. And you have no basis for making that assertion. Second, let's talk about Sitkowski. You say with great confidence that the 20-day rule in Sitkowski applies here. That's just wrong. Let me talk to you about Sitkowski. In Sitkowski, a homeowner got zoning approval to build a house. The homeowner started construction and actually got to the second floor of the house. The neighbor next door didn't like the height of the house. The neighbor went to the zoning officer and said, you should never have given zoning approval to this house. It's too tall. The zoning officer said, I don't agree. It was perfectly permissible for me to give the approval. So the zoning officer said no to the neighbor. The neighbor waited more than 20 days to appeal that determination to the board. So the neighbor was appealing the zoning officer's determination. There is a statute in New Jersey that says if you want to appeal a zoning officer's decision to the board, you have 20 days after you discover or should have discovered that decision to appeal. This neighbor waited months to appeal. So that's not our fact pattern, but let me read to you from Sitkowski, the end of the court's decision, because I pulled it up here.
And Mr. Wolf, just for what do you have the citation, the volume in the report?
238 NJ Super 255.
Thank you.
Sitkowski, Sitkowski versus Zoning Board of Adjustment of Borough of La Valette.
Okay, thanks.
Let me read to you the last paragraph from the court's decision. We have no occasion here to determine whether plaintiff's reliance on the building permit issued by the borough zoning officer, by the way, the plaintiff was the homeowner, would serve to insulate her right to construct the structure from direct or collateral attack. That's not the issue presented in this case. We merely hold that Vicioli's, that's the neighbor, challenge to the issuance of the building permit constituted an appeal brought beyond the limitations period provided by, and then they cite the NJ statute for the 20 days. Sitkowski doesn't stand for the proposition that you cited it for. Not at all. You are grossly overplaying your hand on Sitkowski. On that basis, I have no doubt that you're grossly overplaying your hand on the other case, which I did not have an opportunity to review. I will also point out, for what it's worth, I live around the corner from this property.
We're waiting for the question.
Yeah, which one should I answer?
If you think anything that I've recited about Sitkowski is inaccurate, please correct me.
I was more concerned about the thing you asked before Sitkowski, but that's fine. I'll wait for your soliloquy to end.
No, go ahead.
So the question, I greatly respect the history of the town and folks who have been here for a long time. And that is exactly why, when he said, do you know the history of the town? My answer is no. Do I live here? The answer is no. I don't pretend to be what I'm not. But what I do know is that in February of 1990, a construction permit was issued. And in December of 1991, the town passed an ordinance that said, if you got a construction permit for today, that permit shall not be disturbed. And it doesn't say, well, if you were validly this, or it says, if you got a permit before today, you're not to be disturbed. And for that reason, I believe we're a valid prior non-conforming use. And so the history of what the zoning, and I'd be curious, nobody's been able to turn up a ordinance or a code from 1990. But that is the question. And my point on Sitkowski was exactly what you said, that an appeal is to be taken within 20 days. And an appeal wasn't taken within 20 days, then that permit isn't disturbed. You can go other ways. You can seek a prerogative rate. You can do other things. But the zoning process on that permit closes at 20 days.
Yet you're here. So I
We're
want to stop.
We're
on this,
here
on going
on
back and
number.
forth.
We're
Exactly.
here on number 3. We're here on my because we're here for my second piece, which is the valid non-conforming use.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like, whether it should be here or not, this was brought before us. I want this board. This is what we're hearing. It's if we want to have a separate argument about whether it should be here, that's not here.
Oh, no,
we're not going to have that argument.
No,
here.
no, we absolutely belong. This is called due process. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, because I think we're getting off track on this particular matter. That's all.
Okay, and I have no desire to debate Sitkowski. I raised it only because I didn't want the board to be misled into believing that the hearing that's going on here is somehow violating some sort of New Jersey statute where there was a 20-day limitation. There's not a 20-day limitation here. There's a 20-day limitation to appeal to the board the zoning officer's determination. That's not what's happening here. We're not appealing to, Mr. Kirshner's not appealing to the board anything.
One at a time.
The applicant is appealing to the board.
Yes, and the applicant filed an appeal within 20 days.
Right, and nobody's saying you're outside of Sitkowski, but what you're seeming to say is...
This is not, you're making claims that are completely
not in evidence.
misconstruing everything that he said about the relevance of the fact that the rescission happened after the 20 days after being harassed by a neighbor.
But there's nothing in the law that says the zoning officer has only 20 days to rescind his decision. Nothing. That's not what Sitkowski says. They specifically say...
And if necessary, a court can interpret it.
That's fine, but you can disagree, but I just read clearly what the court's decision said. You're grossly overplaying your hand.
I disagree. Entirely disagree.
Okay, so let's move on.
You know as well as I do that there isn't going to be an exact case that exists that has the exact same fact patterns. So we look at the totality of the cases, we look at what the courts were looking at, and we draw from that in order to understand how they're interpreting the law. And that case stands for the very idea that if a person has a problem with a zoning permit, they need to appeal it in 20 days, not harass the zoning officer until they rescind it.
That's not what the case
It is-
says. You are
we
grossly overplaying your
That is
hand.
not what the court said in that
Grossly
case.
overplaying your
That is
hand.
not what the court said in
I
that
read
case.
what the court said.
And I'm agreeing with you. The court did not say that in that case. The court said that in that case, that the way that the facts played out, because it was after the 20 days, they couldn't use that process. We are saying that on that premise, it is very, very on point and very similar and relevant to what has happened here with rescission. And it is only one of many arguments in support of Mr. Monahan continuing this business. So I would be more than glad to call it a rest on my counter arguments to this. If this is all you have to focus on, that's fine.
I don't. I have plenty to focus on. I just wanted to clear the underbrush so that the board wasn't misled.
And it's not misleading and it's not underbrush respectfully.
But to go back
You may
to,
disagree, but to question veracity and call it underbrush and take these tactics is disrespectful, and, you know, I'm gonna call a spade a spade.
you can call a spade whatever you like. There are serious veracity issues here. And I'm going to come to those later on. But to go back to where I was a moment, or where Mr.
Tykina,
Tykina, I'm sorry. Mr. Tykina, where you were a moment ago, where you're talking about the permit being grandfathered. The permit, which has been read a number of times, is to build a pole barn for the use of landscape and farm business equipment storage. It's not for the conduct of a business. Do you have anything in the files, zoning, construction, or otherwise, that says that the zoning officer or the construction officer ever approved the permit, a permit for the operation of a business? Yes, if the construction had not started and the law changed, but you had a permit that allowed you to build a pole barn, you could build that pole barn. Just like if I have a permit to build a house and the law changes after I got the permit, I can still build the house. The permit is grandfathered.
Correct. And we have a permit for a metal pole barn for the use of landscape and farm business equipment storage.
Right.
And that is precisely what occurred there for the last 33 years, and precisely what Mr. Monahan seeks to continue.
I'll also note that the question was asked and answered by the board, answered by the applicant.
I will address that point later, but I take it as a acknowledgement that there is nothing in your files approving the operation of a business.
There is a construction permit approving a pole barn for use of landscape and farm business equipment storage.
Right.
The question's been asked and
Storage.
answered, asked by the
Do
board,
you-
answered by
Okay.
the applicant and the applicant's professor.
Do you have something else you said you wanted to bring up?
I'm only going to raise one other point, which I think is just a footnote, but it sort of started to take on a life of its own in the earlier discussion. I can't imagine that the DEP steps in and makes you replace dead trees. If they did, we'd have lots of residents who have property along waterways where the DEP would be coming in and saying, you have dead trees. We have lots of dead trees in East Amwell from the ash borer. So the notion that the trees that were removed were dead trees, the DEP would not be making him replace these trees if they were dead trees. He cut down live trees. There was a lot of greenery back there. How do I know that? Because I was back there. These trees are not being replaced because they were dead. Again, more to the veracity. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Monahan did not testify that the NJDEP was there for tree cutting. He testified that gravel was pulled back out of that area. Where the gravel is, he is revegetating in accordance with the mix that he described. The question about trees was unrelated. It did not ask why was the NJDEP having him revegetate. There was never testimony that the revegetation was as a result of cutting down trees. It was as a result of pulling gravel back, and therefore revegetation is occurring in that area. That is the testimony in the record.
Excuse me, I believe I asked if he removed live trees. And he said, and I believe, if my recollection, but I'm an old man, but my recollection is that he said he removed dead trees. But the record will speak for itself.
And that is not why NJDEP was there. It had nothing to do with removal of trees. Just.
That's your I didn't ask about the DEP. DEP was not part of my question. I asked a very simple question, young lady. And
It
It was-
was tying in with Mr. Wolf's testimony. That's what I'm responding to.
yes,
It's the way
and
that it's
and
discussion.
but you're mischaracterizing the testimony. I asked were they live trees, and he said no, they were dead trees. Enough.
We're gonna move on from this.
Let's move on.
Is there,
a respect expectation in this room or not?
yes, there is.
Then let's start doing it.
Is there anyone else from the,
Treat people with respect,
Anyone-
especially women.
anyone else from the audience? Anyone else from the public? I'm sorry.
I think Francis wants to.
Francis, go ahead.
You can stay there. Sure, come here.
That doesn't matter, I can.
You're getting faster.
Hey, look, I'm down out of the giant boot into the Minchkin one. Francis Gavigan, still Wurtsville Road. I have some questions, whether they're the planner or Mr. Monahan. How many acres is this lot, this residential lot?
4.95, plus
Okay.
or minus.
So it's not a farm property, or nor has it ever been farm assessed or operated as a farm, which requires at least 5 acres plus an acre for the house.
It is
Correct.
currently not farm assessed.
Was it ever within its current configuration of 4.95 acres farmed, not farming somebody else's property, which would have been probably stalls?
If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I can't speak for the past. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. Did the farmer or did the man who got the permit for the pole barn in 1990, did he live there?
At the time, he did, yes.
And he did farming, mowing or whatever of some things, and he had like a small landscaping business.
I don't know to what intent he did for the farming, as when I bought the property, he was coming to an end.
Okay.
But I do know, as being in the area for having a business for over 7 years, I would not put the word small, as he had a lot more employees than I do currently.
Any idea of how many employees he had, or how many trucks, or the scale or scope of his use of the residential property for his business?
According to his employee, who is a local resident of East Amwell as well, I was told that he had over 15 employees. I cannot confirm that, but I am told that he had over 15 employees.
Okay, but that person who was his employee hasn't been here, given any testimony or anything like that?
Unfortunately,
fair?
yes, some people just
Okay.
want to stay out of
Yeah,
the back
nobody
and
wants
forth.
to. Now, I had looked at the file several iterations ago, and I saw a reference in there to a DEP letter and different things. And back when our current zoning officer was here, because there was a picture that was taken by the reassessor saying that it looked like there was commercial operations going on. And I asked Mary Ann, and what she told me was, that's not in her province to initiate an exploration. So based on that, and the things that over the 29, almost 30 years that I've been here is, people are going looking for messes if they're just trying to survive as either a zoning officer or a building inspector. Pete, I think, Kineski, who still lives here, I think was zoning officer for about a year after he retired from Princeton, and I guess had enough fun and didn't want to do it anymore. But the permit that I saw, and that I've heard about multiple times, is for this pole barn for the storage of farm equipment and landscaping equipment. Now, did Mr. Jackson have a number of trucks? Did he store all of his equipment inside that 4,000 square foot barn? Or was it parked around? Have you intensified The use you did with the gravel, and now you're pulling that back. But I think an issue that might come up is the scope and the scale of the operation and visibility that I suspect might be. Now, I know.
In response
sure.
to these questions of Mr. Tykina.
Okay.
But just in response, understanding we want to be productive, not put form over substance, that we did provide a series of aerial photographs over the years showing various amounts. You know, it happens to be a snapshot in time of just that day, but showing the equipment being stored outside over all of these years.
Is the intensity or the number of vehicles from over time equivalent to the usage that you have been doing since you purchased the property in 2023? Is it an apple to apple or an apple to an orange or grapefruit?
Are you asking from 1990 to today or over time?
Looking at the various pictures we have over time, that's the best snapshot we have of that. Would you say that your use is greater than that, or on par with that, or less than that?
I would say that the same amount of equipment is similar throughout the years. I can't speak for back then. I wasn't there.
In the pictures,
yes.
How many trucks are in picture A way back when versus now? I don't have that stuff.
Yeah, they were.
It's all in the record, and, you know, again, I'm sure when the board gets around to deliberation, they can decide how much they want to look at this.
Okay.
I would really like to make sure we have time to get through the questions of Mr. Tykina tonight.
All right, now you're referencing this retaining wall. I know the fence ordinance because somebody went after me years ago. You know, you're allowed to have a fence that's 6 foot high. Is your neighbor's property, you say it's a different elevation, is his higher property flush with the top of that 8-foot wall? Or
Wouldn't that
does
be
it-
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. I totally see where you're going.
Uh-huh.
That particular question is a question for the zoning officer, and they're two different lengths, two different heights. And I wanted to make sure it's questions for the planner so we can be a little efficient. And I do appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to I just want to stay focused, stay efficient.
Well, the point for it, if I can finish, and I don't want to be disrespectful, is we got like a 6 foot height on fences and walls and whatever, and I have retention things for different, and I'm not aware of anything that would be okay for 8 feet of height, unless it was up against 287 or something.
And
But
Mr.
I'll end it there.
Tykina, the code for fences and walls is different than a retaining wall, correct?
Actually, it's the same, it's 6 feet.
But there's different codes, correct?
No, it's actually the same.
Oh.
All one paragraph.
What is
Very
the
efficient.
citation?
9253.
Okay, so 92 whatever is 6 feet, and you testified 8 to 10 feet.
I did not.
Or
Mr. Kirschner testified.
Whatever,
I
imagine.
testified to a zoning permit being issued. I assumed that it was built according to the zoning permit. There was no violation issued. So,
So the zoning permit said you can build 8 to 10 feet?
no, it said you can build a retaining wall.
Okay.
And a retaining wall in your code is 6 feet tall.
How high is the wall above grade at the top where it meets the earth?
95% of the wall is no more than 2 feet above Mr. Kirshner's property. If they're not up against it, but if you were to draw a straight line, at the very, very end in the photo that he had given us, that's the tallest point, and obviously I'm not there to measure, but I would say it's right around 6 feet.
So over the 30, so what is it from grade on your side of the wall,
About 6 feet.
tops?
I'm not there to measure, but the
Okay.
blocks are 2 feet tall, and there's 3 blocks. So I assuming there's 6 feet.
Okay. Was I not hearing 8 to 10? I don't know.
That's what I never said. None of us said 8 to 10 feet.
Okay, well, I suspect since it's 10:15 and then this is not gonna get all resolved today. how do I put this? Trying to be appropriate. and
There
I'm
will be
trying to
one more
time-
chance.
Huh?
There will be another opportunity
There will
at
be
the
another
end.
time and all that, and I'll have more time to
Just
talk
let's
to the
focus on
whatever.
this
Let me
witness.
let you focus on it, and then you can do it, and I don't want to slow down.
There's pictures there of
Oh.
some of the historical over time.
And if you mind, then I'll just shut up while you're doing it and look at these. All right, that's it. I'll be back.
Is there anyone? Yes, Mr. Kirshner. Let's keep it on point to Mr. Tyke.
John.
To John. It is 10:20, okay? And just, I want it, on just a matter while we're here.
I understand that I'm under oath. I'm going to say the same thing I said in June. This board has to sort fact from fiction. Whether we're talking about trees, retaining walls, or Fred Johnston. Bob Kirshner, under oath. Johnston's property is contiguous to mine. I knew him for 30 years. How many employees did he have? Mr. Monahan goes like this. 15. Take away that. 5. Ron Benitez is my neighbor. He worked for Fred for 20 years. He was his foreman. He had 5 employees. There's a world of difference between Fred Johnston's business and the activity there and Mr. Monahan's. Where the 15 came from, maybe just like we only cut down dead trees.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Seeing no one, any objection to closing to the public? We're close to the public. It is 10:20. It is generally, we don't hear from any new witnesses after 10 o'clock. We don't take new testimony after 10:30, if I have that correctly. I do have a question on, do you have more witnesses? No.
So the next step would be for our professionals to weigh in.
Yes.
And then open the meeting to the public for
Public.
the full thing.
Do we,
If this doesn't conclude, which it seems like it won't, and we do continue, I would want to reserve the right to call rebuttal witnesses as
Of course.
necessary.
Of course, of course. I think what we'll do is we'll hear from our professionals, and then we will continue this
And start opening up the public.
after we hear, yeah,
Next
next
meeting,
time.
let's
Yeah,
do.
next time. We'll hear from our professionals, or we can hear from our professionals, open to the public here, and then continue. Let's see where we are. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Davis.
Don't have too much.
I actually can say your last name.
So I think that we've heard a lot of information. Again, there's so much history to this application, but I just want to kind of reel back to the real facts. I mean, Mr. Takina has the permits, and we have notes and construction permits signed off from zoning officers. It's really not perfectly clear, in my opinion, that this use of a landscape business has ever been approved based on the permits. I mean, there's a lot of history with the permits, but the use and the operation of the business and the intensity of storage of materials, it's not clear to me that has ever been approved formally. It is clear that in the past 30 years, there has been some expansions on site. It's clear that Mr. Monahan is trying to walk that back, and I think that is good as a property owner. But there has been expansions, and that is a fact, an important fact in the matter of certifying a non-conforming use. So just wanted to make those 2 points. I mean, just specifically to the changes on site, the material storage appears like it's been relocated and moved around a little bit near that retaining wall. Trees have been removed. We've heard testimony regarding gravel that has been expanded and is now, again, being walked back. But again, that was an expansion, and you have to imagine that happened for some sort of reasoning. And the carport has been relocated. So that was something that just happened from last meeting to this meeting, from what I understand, based on the surveys that were submitted. So a lot going on. And again, the burden is on the applicant to prove these things. And we don't have the zoning ordinance from 1990, I understand that, but we can't assume what that ordinance said. Based on whatever permits there are, there's nothing clear in there that says that what that zone was at that date and what was permitted within that zone. So I just want to make that point clear that there are reading between lines and gray areas here and not as much documentation as we wish we had, but it has to be clear for the board to make that determination. And that's all I have.
My main concern is the DEP, what the DEP is looking for them to do, how the DEP got involved. So we get more information on that. I think that'll give the board a more clear idea of how much this expanded and how much it's being brought back into some amount of disturbance or size that was there in 1990. So I think we need that information before we can get a clear picture of that.
You think that's that's dispositive, essentially?
Well, it depends on how far they're bringing it back and what the DEP is requiring them to do.
Okay.
I mean, if there's been some substantial expansion to it, that's something that the board should have an idea of how much it was expanded.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any members of the board have questions for our professionals?
I have just a quick question for Mr. Davis. You said that the burden's on the applicant to prove these things. We can't assume what the ordinance said, what the zone was, what was permitted then. And then you said that this has to be clear for the board to make that determination. Does that specifically mean that this has to be clear for us to certify the use of a prior?
As a non-conforming
As a
pre-existing use, yes,
Right, okay.
exactly.
I just wanted
That needs to be made clear, and that's section 68 of the MLUL. I can read through that if you want me to.
Yeah, if you want, I can give you the standard, if that
Great,
helps.
thank you.
And I normally do this at the end, but.
I understood you to say that the building permit isn't adequate to sanction the business use, but the applicant's argument is that there was a business running out of that same address for 25 years that nobody contests. So if we're to certify a non-conforming use, the preponderance of the evidence includes the fact that that was ongoing for quite a while and
Yeah.
everybody acknowledged it.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying that the use was ongoing for that period of time. I'm just saying that it doesn't appear that there is a very explicitly clear zoning approval for the operation of a business back there. I know it has been happening, and the operations on site it's been testified that they have been within the same scope that they have been previously for the landscaping business portion of it.
So this, you want to hear the standard, but this is judged against what Mike is talking about for this type of application. So pursuant to section 68 of the municipal land use law, the applicant has the burden to establish the following for a certificate for lawful pre-existing non-conforming use. The board must determine whether the use was lawful under the land use regulation in effect at the time the ordinance changed. Said another way, the board must trace the non-conforming history of the property back to the zoning ordinance in existence at the time the use in question commenced to determine that it was conforming when it commenced or existed prior to an amendment which made it non-conforming. And the applicant must establish that the use at adoption of this ordinance, its character, extent, and intensity, and it's the burden of the applicant to do so. So,
And
that's
it's,
what Mike-
can you read that again? We have to go back to an ordinance.
yes, so that's, the board must determine whether the use was lawful under the regulation in effect at the time the ordinance changed. So the applicant's alleging that in 1992 is when that ordinance changed, but we don't have the actual ordinance, what it was before, needed to determine that it was lawful, correct?
Ms. Smith, would you also reread the language
Mhm.
where it references conforming expressly?
Yeah, so said another way, the board must trace the non-conforming history of the property back to the zoning ordinance in existence at the time the use in question commenced to determine that it was conforming when it commenced or existed prior to an amendment which made it non-conforming. The applicant must establish what the use was at the adoption of the ordinance, its character, extent, and intensity.
So in terms of conforming, Mr. Davis, if a zoning permit and a building permit issue and are in the same file within a short amount of time within each other, is that substantial evidence that the township's position was that the work to be done conformed to the zoning ordinances at that time?
I do not know what the zoning ordinance was at the time,
Generally,
so I
no, that's not what I'm
cannot.
asking you. I'm not asking that question, so
Okay.
let me try one more time.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, when you have a building department
Yes.
and a zoning department, and somebody submits building permits and a plan and requests to have zoning approval and building approval.
Yes.
And when you have, as a result of that, in your packet of materials, a zoning approval and a building approval,
Yes.
collectively, is that generally an indication at the time that the township believed it conformed to the zone? Granted, I'm not speaking specific to this case, but as a matter of the general practice, that when we see a zoning permit and a building permit, it typically is some pretty good evidence that it conformed at the time, generally.
Generally, yes, it could.
Okay, thank you.
And that's for the board to determine if that evidence is sufficient to meet the standard.
Exactly.
Right, so.
Exactly.
Just wanna
And
be
we do
clear.
have evidence that at a later time, something changed.
Do you have anything more? So it is,
Can I ask one quick question?
may.
I would like to go look at the property again. We can still do that as part of our hearing?
Well, we have to,
There
it
are
has to
some
be.
rules around that.
Yeah, so we provided a memo on that several months back on what since this application has commenced, it's gonna have to be ideally with the applicant's attorney and at a time mutually agreeable to everybody. We can't just walk out there now at this point.
But we're not gonna have a public meeting on the property.
No, absolutely not.
We're not gonna have
It
a
would be-
forum, maybe a subcommittee.
Oh, no, there's no quorum or anything. It would, no, that's not what would be happening. A few people, but it would have to be with you present at a time that's agreeable to you if that's something that they'd want to do. And it's up to the applicant at this point since the hearing commenced.
And when do we have to take action? When do we have to take action on this?
Your latest letter allowed until October 31st.
October 31, I think.
Correct?
I think it was October 31.
I believe October 31st. I can look for that.
That is consistent with my recollection,
That's
but
what
I
I think,
prefer to
too.
go on reviewing the actual
Okay.
letter.
Of course. I'll try to pull that up.
So what we have outstanding for this is something from the DEP, the board wanting to see the property. And we need to hear from the public. My suggestion, and this I would want to hear from the board if this is okay, is to hear from the public and then stop and close there so that we can get these two things taken care of. That way we can come back. We can refresh very, very quickly. If there's any new exhibits or something, we'll consider them and then we'll try to vote. Is that a fair way to go on this? Or do you want to just, the other option is to stop right now? I'm just trying to move this along.
Yeah, we will hear from the public now.
Okay. Does everyone else agree with that?
Sure.
Because it's late.
The public is here, and they should.
That's kind of why I'm going, that's kind of why I'm going
They
there.
should be heard.
But, yeah, no, they're not gonna decide if, what's that?
I'm okay if you want to.
No, I would like to, let's, if it goes past a certain amount of time,
It's up to you.
yeah, okay.
It's your discretion.
May I have a vote to open to the public?
So moved.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are open to the public for general comments and questions on this application.
It's rather obvious where I stand on this. If I understand as a layperson that your charges to the citizenry in general in East Amwell, and one of the proofs is that the business does not have an adverse effect upon the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood. I am a learning consultant by trade, but I've been doing real estate for 26 years. Do not propose to be an expert. Perhaps, my opinion is that it does have an adverse effect upon the quality of the neighborhood and therefore affects property values. Don't take my word for it. The board could have an appraiser come in and assess the situation and see whether I'm correct. The essence of the situation is, the coin of phrase, two wrongs don't make a right. This business does not belong where it's at. There's a house on one side, a house on the other side, my farm in the back, and the Stahl farm on the other side. Does not belong there. It's that simple.
Anyone else from the public? Do you want to?
Very briefly, the point of that is relevant to variance, not a prior non-conforming use.
Thank you. Francis?
Still Francis.
Still under oath.
Yeah, still under oath. I swear the whole truth and nothing but. About 15 to 20 years ago, I was involved when a property a little bit down the street towards Rosemont Ringo's Road filed a complaint against their uphill farmer, the Sarambas, saying that water from their property was damaging their house, and also they had testimony from the watershed and everything else. It was a right to farm. The funny part of it is that when it all came to be, they prevailed, and according to the SADC, I was an expert. But that creek that's in back of this property, where the little green line was or isn't, drains into the North Branch watershed, which is a sensitive watershed, and my opinion is that this level of intensity with heavy equipment that has to be washed and oil changes and everything else on property that is adjacent to a stream, especially when the riparian buffer has been damaged, is an environmental as well as a quality of life and water thing. I could probably go back and find the studies that Mrs. McGee had submitted, but this is an environmentally sensitive area, and it's adjacent to what is an extent, or literally, I would say, an industrial scale use that flew under the radar for a lot of years because it was a neighbor. He lived there since God was a pup, and he did a little farming and he did a little landscaping, and everybody just, hi farmer, hi neighbor, and away like that. But what has happened in the transaction, and it may be that Mr. Monahan was told what he might have wanted to think was going to be fine when he purchased the property, which was also sometimes part of the farmer equation. And he finds himself with an industrial application in a residential farming community adjacent to a sensitive environmental issue, which is why you really want to talk to DEP and the lady and all that other stuff. And I'll try to find those proofs. But you can look up at the SADC right to farm or ask Saramba. So I wish you'd bought somewhere else, and I wish you'd had a little bit more either due diligence or whatever, but this is more than the environment can really tolerate. That's it.
Thank you, Francis.
For the record, she's testifying as a lay witness, correct?
Yeah.
She made
Yes,
reference to.
member of the
Yes,
public.
but there is literature that you can go online and find it. SADC,
Anyone else from the
or
public?
County Ag Development Board. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
In light of the standard that Alexis laid out, I think I can keep this shorter than I otherwise might have. There's not proof here that this was conforming back in 1990. The argument is, well, the construction and the zoning permit, you can imply from them that this was permitted. Both of these refer to equipment storage. If Fred was looking for approval to conduct a business, he would have said, I'm looking for approval to conduct a business. He wouldn't have said, I'm looking for approval to store things. So they don't make that burden. They don't even come close to making that burden. Fred got approval to build a pole barn to store equipment. If I come to East Amwell and get approval to put a pole barn on my farm to store equipment for my wedding business, can I then say, well, gee, implicit in that was because it says wedding business, I can conduct weddings on my farm? Of course not. I got a permit to store things. This notion that the township was aware that Fred Johnston was conducting a business. I'd like to read the letter from October 18th, 2016, which Candace referred to initially.
And Mr. Wolf, that's Exhibit 33, just for the record, so we all are
Okay.
on the same page. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's dated October 18th, 2016. It's from East Amwell Township, Peter Koneski, to Arlie and Elizabeth Proctor. And it says, Dear Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, it is brought to the attention of the East Amwell zoning officer that a business operation is occurring from your property located at the above referenced site. Specifically, it's being alleged that a landscaping/pesticide business is being conducted out of the pole barn located at the rear of your property. It is also being alleged that chemicals associated with the business practice is being stored within the barn. Please be advised that said business operation is a non-permitted use within the Amwell Valley Agricultural Zone District and a violation of the township ordinance. Please advise this office in writing as to the current use of the barn. Arlie Proctor responded as follows, and I think it's very important to pay attention to her response. Dear Mr. Koneski, we received your letter dated 18 October 2016 regarding a quote-unquote business operation at our address. Please be advised that the pole barn in question is used by Mr. Fred Johnston III for the storage and maintenance of equipment used for both commercial and agricultural purposes. Locally grown feed corn is also stored, packaged, and sold at the barn seasonally. During deer season, Mr. Johnston has also been known to store hunting equipment and, this is kind of gross, hang deer in the barn. These facts should not come as a surprise to the township. Mr. Johnston was the former owner of the property and has legally and continuously used the barn for those purposes for the past 25 years as a well-recognized and respected member of the East Amwell community. He had advised me that he obtained a construction and use permit when he built the barn. A copy can be found on file in your offices. To best of my knowledge, the use of the barn has remained unchanged since its original construction, with the exception that my wife and I have stored some household items in the barn since we purchased the property in 2001. Based on my inspection this afternoon, there are no chemicals stored in the barn beyond those normally associated with agricultural activities, hunting, and mechanical maintenance. While Mr. Johnston does have a pesticide license, I found no pesticides in the barn beyond those that would exist in any barn in a rural area where it is important to control against mice, rats, and stinging wood-boring insects. In my opinion, we are well within both the letter and the spirit of the law, and we are substantially supporting local agriculture. If this township feels this is inappropriate, please cite the specific ordinance where you feel there is a violation, and Mr. Johnson and I will have our respective attorneys review that complaint. If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me. You may also contact Mr. Johnston directly. He may be reached at, and they gave a place to reach him, and he was copied on the letter. So this letter makes it clear that what Arlie was telling the zoning officer, this isn't used for a business operation, zoning officer. It's used for storage and maintenance of equipment, to store locally grown feed corn, to sell it seasonally. And during the deer season, Mr. Johnston stores his hunting equipment and hangs deer in the barn. And that Arlie stored some personal effects in the barn. That's why the zoning officer didn't pursue this, because Arlie said, this is what he's doing. He's not running a business out of this. He's storing equipment. Now, Mr. Johnston happened to farm some of my property for 3 years. That's why I know about this property, and that's why I know about Mr. Johnston. And I can tell you that at the time, under the law for farmland assessment, you had to get the farmer who was farming your property to sign your farmland assessment forms. So I would go to that property to get Mr. Johnston to sign my farmland assessment forms. If he was conducting an intensive business of any type out of that, it was not apparent to me at all. When I went back there, it looked like a pole barn with some landscaping equipment stored. It wasn't even easy for me to get him. Sometimes I had to wait a week or two before he would be there for me to get him to sign the forms. So I don't even know that he was there every day. But I could tell you I was back there, and it didn't look anything then like it looks now, not even close. So this notion that the township was aware is simply not true. In fact, the property owner stated no business was being conducted there. Whether that was true or not, I don't know, but the zoning officer probably took the word of the homeowner, and that's why the zoning officer didn't pursue it. The fact that you are doing something on the property for years that is not in compliance with zoning ordinances doesn't grandfather that. It's not the way the law works. I can't grow an illegal drug in the basement of my house for years and say, oh, because I didn't get caught, I'm grandfathered, I can continue to do it. You can't. That's just not right. The aerial pictures that they reference show dots. You can't tell what those dots are. And I can tell you, Fred had a fair amount of farm equipment. Fred was a pretty avid farmer. It's perfectly okay to store farm equipment in the agricultural district. It's actually perfectly okay to conduct an agricultural business like selling corn in the agricultural district. Our planning board, in response to those aerial photos, stated, and I'll quote from his letter, "We can only glean so much from the photos provided, and much of our review would be speculation." He's right. Those photos aren't clear. You can't see what's there. The current use of this property is very intense. I live around the corner from it. I drive by it all the time. Mr. Kirshner is not exaggerating. I really hope that those of you who can take the opportunity to go see it, and you'll see that what he is saying is true. The owner claims it's not going to get more intense. Do you really believe that a young, ambitious business owner is not going to try to grow his business? We had this experience with the Ridge where it made certain representations to the board, and look what happened.
Let's not guess or make characterizations. Let's just go with the facts.
I'm
as you
not,
know.
but I think it is perfectly reasonable to assume that a young business owner is going to seek to grow their business. I don't think that's wild speculation. It's not character assassination. It's a fact. Okay?
And Mr. Rolfe, do you think that's relevant to the question that the board has to review, though?
Look,
the future use? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying, I'm trying to focus our discussion here at this
I will
hour,
answer
that's all.
your
That's all.
question. Okay, I spent 23 years practicing law under Marty Ginsburg. You may not know who Marty Ginsburg is, but I'll bet you know his wife, Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg. One of the many things I learned from Marty, and pretty much everything I learned about being a lawyer, I learned from Marty, but one of the many things I learned from Marty is that judges are human beings. And they make decisions as much based on emotion as on law. So I do think that the points that I'm making are relevant here. Because you're human beings. You're not robots. So I think it's important that you know this. I think the points that Mr. Kirshner is making are important as well. So that's the relevance of my points.
No problem.
Finally,
I'm sorry.
and this is truly the final. You open Pandora's box here, there's no going back. This is an agricultural area. It's an environmentally sensitive area. These farms sit on top of a massive aquifer. When I built my house, we drilled down 180 feet. We had more water coming out than we could measure. It was the only thing in my house that came in under budget was drilling the well, the only thing. That area is incredibly environmentally sensitive. Commercial businesses, this is growing to be a sweet valley, right in the middle of farmland. Commercial businesses don't belong there. There is a stream that runs past there. This doesn't belong there. Thank you.
I made the motion to open to the public because there are people sitting there, sitting in the public who seem to want to say something, but this is your opportunity.
Waiting for everybody else to finish their soliloquies.
I'm finished with my soliloquy. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
Thank you for inviting me up. Do I need to state my name?
Your name, and I'm going to swear you in because it's your first time up. What's your name?
My name is Lori Monahan.
And Lori, are you an East Amwell resident?
No, I am not.
It's okay. And can I swear you in?
Sure.
Can you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
And I'm not going to give a testimony, I'm just going to make some comments.
That's okay.
And I guess you can figure out from my last name that I have personal information, so the first thing I can correct, as Mr. Wolf stated, there will not be an expansion of the business because before Robert moved here, his business was much bigger and he didn't like the size of a bigger business and actually downsized. So making that assumption, and I think you justifiably corrected around character and ambition, he's actually downsized his business to be smaller because it's more manageable. And really what I want to say, we've heard from Francis, is it really that any more critical than it was when Fred Johnston, the stream, when he was running the business? We heard from multiple people that he ran a business. Okay, you're going for, now it's intensity, you're going for, reaching for things based on the evidence presented. Let's call a spade a spade. Mr. Kirshner didn't like when Robert moved some things around and he could no longer get access to his crops, his field to farm it. Mr. Johnson previously did it. When Robert moved things around, he didn't like it, so he's been acting like an 8-year-old child since then. And he's got some friends, clearly, here supporting him.
Excuse me. I do not know Mr. Kirshner, so please do not assume that I am his
Fair.
friend.
Based on your body language here, the appearance is you're not listening to testimony.
Based on, I assume the gentleman in back who is your husband?
That's correct.
Yes, okay, fine. So you were his parents?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So just put the facts out there. This all started when Robert said, I'm sorry, you can't be back here. I've got equipment back here. Your farmer can't. The farmer understood that. Mr. Kirshner came and approached Robert, got in his face several times, tried to take care of this civilly. He said, no, I'm sorry, this is my property. Fred Johnston's moved on, you can't do this. And from there on is when the harassment and all of this started. So just to state the fact that that's why we are here today.
everybody seems to be looking the other direction. Fred Johnson was doing the same exact thing that Robert is doing today.
Thank you. Anyone? Let me see if there's anyone else first, okay? Do you mind?
No, I thought you were pointing at me.
No, I was not. Anyone else from the public?
Yeah, may I ask just one question?
You may.
How long have you lived in this area? Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, how long? Have you lived in East Amwell?
And Mr. Monahan, can I swear you in?
Monahan, excuse me.
Mr. Monahan, can I just swear you in for, I'm sorry.
Good.
And Mr. Monahan, do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Are you an East Amwell resident?
I am not.
Okay.
My wife said she's not. We live in Branchburg. Robert moved here.
It's just a procedural thing.
2 years ago?
June of 2022.
2022. So we're on the property. Yes, I personally was on the property speaking to Fred, trying to learn, to help him be successful, to see what was already out there. So yes, I've had conversation. Yes, I know the attorney in the back will say this is all hearsay, so it doesn't matter what I tell you, but he told me he ran this business of about 15 to 20 people. It's not 5. I was told this. It doesn't matter what I'm told because it's hearsay. I understand that. But we were learning about the house. He had owned the house and the barn. He sold the house and operated in the back for several years. We wanted to see what he had to make sure this would work for him. Nothing more. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the?
I'm from this area.
Come on up.
But we're going to have to swear you in.
We want to hear from you.
What's your name?
Lauren Koszmarski.
I'm going to need you to spell.
Robert's girlfriend.
I'm going to need you to spell that last name for me.
Kochb as in boy, ARSKI.
Are you an East Amwell resident?
I'm a Delaware Township resident.
Okay.
But my family is from East Amwell, Ringo's, this
Okay.
whole entire.
And can I swear you in?
Yes.
Can you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have been a resident my whole entire life, 26 years here, throughout my whole entire family. Ever since Robert bought this property, he has changed it. It looks a lot better than when we looked at it. Again, as what Ms. Monahan was saying, was that all this started when Bob Kirshner was not allowed to get back onto his field from our property. And this is when all the harassment started with Robert. But yes, I am familiar with how the farming and everything in this area has been. I was raised in this area. It's very beautiful. And I would like to continue living here and potentially like to raise a family.
Do you live on a farm? Did you live on a farm?
Yes, I have horses.
You have horses?
Yep.
But you don't have any horses on this piece of property?
No, I do not.
Where are your horses kept?
Delaware Township.
And is the farm in Delaware Township in an agricultural district?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any businesses in the
It's all personal use. Throughout my whole entire life, my parents have owned horses in this area, and I work with people with businesses in this area, and have grown up in this area. And it's all done personally with horses.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Yes, Mr. Wolf.
Excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I just say one final thing?
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, listen.
Excuse me.
Not constructive.
Excuse
We
me.
need to
Yes.
keep this respectful. I understand that this has been going on for a while. I understand this is highly emotional, but I am begging you to please keep this respectful. If not, we are closing this down. Done.
Okay, one final
And
thing.
it's for everyone.
You've heard so many different things. And again, you have to sort fact from fiction. There's no problem with the farmer accessing my property. His name is Jared Weeks. He also farms Mr. Wolf's property. To say that this is some kind of personal vendetta is just absolutely ridiculous. Again, the farmer's name is Jared Weeks. There's no problem with anybody accessing my property.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf. Yeah, and my admonishment is to everyone, including members of the board, and when I say shut it down, I'm basically just saying we will adjourn if it gets, it needs to stay very respectful.
Okay,
And on point.
I want to be very clear and say under oath, I am not Mr. Kirshner's friend. Okay? So the comment earlier that I'm in cahoots with him, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I am not his friend. I have no desire to be his friend. I am not trying to help him with this matter. So the notion that somehow he and I are coordinating, we're not. That's just wrong, okay? The other comment that I will make is I understand that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. My wife thinks I'm cute. I think she's probably in the minority, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That property today does not look nicer or more rural than it did before the applicant bought that property. It looks much more commercial, much, much more than before he bought it. So the statement that they bought it and made it look nicer, they made it look more commercial. If that's nicer, then it's a true statement. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Francis? Anyone else? There's only one person out there, okay? There's no one left. Giving everyone a chance. Okay. Is there anything you would like to say? Just quick. Actually, hold on one second. May I have a motion to close to the public?
I so move.
Second? All in favor? Okay, we're closed to the public. If there's anything quickly you want to say before we adjourn and move on?
So the next step would be my closing statement followed by deliberation on the certification of prior non-conforming use.
Yes, there are some outstanding issues. There are questions from Robert, from the DEP. There was a question from Candace. I personally am going to go look for the ordinance. I'm putting it right out there. I'd like to, it'd be nice just to get an answer to this. So if there's more information, I think there should be an opportunity for that to be shared and for everyone to look at it and reply. I'm hoping we don't end up going another round of witnesses, but I want to be fair to everyone. If you have an objection, let me know.
No, I don't.
Okay.
And I will reserve any closing statements since we're talking about submitting additional evidence. And if you find that ordinance, please let me know right away.
You got a deal. Is there anything else from you that I need to?
No, we just have to continue notice.
Yeah, so if you want to go ahead and say that, and then I want to make sure we agree that we will get more time to act. I don't want to be worried about that. So.
Alexis?
Yeah.
I can confirm that the continuance was to October 31st as
Okay.
it stands.
Okay.
The time to act or the continue? Yeah, the
Time to act.
Okay.
By the board.
So as long as the applicant's okay, if we'd be able to have another month, if you'd be able to submit a letter to November 31. The last, Kristen did confirm it was to October 31. And then, since we will be continuing the hearing, no further notice will be required. It'll be continued to the date certain. Kristen, when's the October meeting?
October 21st?
To a date certain.
I'm sorry.
To the date certain of October 21st. It's continued, no further notice. No, what?
He's not available on October 21st. The date after that would be November 18th.
I'm available. My planner's available.
Is the board amendable to that?
To what, November? I'm not left with a lot of choice.
No.
Unless we're going to stay here till 1 o'clock. I don't think we want to do that. Yeah, I guess that's where we are.
So then, can we have a letter to, if that's November, to December 31? Just so we don't have to do it again.
I'm not apologizing, but I really wish we could handle this more quickly, but it is what it is. And I think this does deserve deliberation. I don't want to try and rush it.
Thank you.
All right, so the notice will then be continued to, Kristen, you said November 18th? So I won't
November
worry.
18th.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It appears that becoming available at your November meeting seems unlikely, so I guess carrying notice, or excuse me, at the October meeting is unlikely, so carrying to November makes sense. If there was a chance, you know how this is, sometimes we get canceled and.
Yeah.
If there was a chance that Mr. Tykina might become available in October, it would make sense to carry notice to October.
So would you rather us just continue to October, and then if Mr. Takina's not available, then we'll just continue it to November?
He said it's absolutely not possible.
Okay, then let's just do November. So it's continued to November 18th, date certain. No further notice will be required, and the applicant has agreed to provide an extension of the time for the board to act to December 31, 24.
Thank you. Okay. Believe it or not, there's more items on the agenda, but I'm going to make this quick. Okay.
Do you want to bring back, I don't know.
They may.
If the mayor.
They may have gone home. God, my contact is bothering me.
Want me to see if they're there?
Do you mind? Yeah.
Al did go home.
Was that?
Al did go.
Al, yeah, I think I told them that
Yeah.
they shouldn't wait any longer. It was. Thought maybe we'd get through this. They've gone home? Okay, well, we still have a quorum. Yeah. Okay, so the only other items on the agenda, we're gonna skip a few things. Okay, so invoices for approval. I'm actually gonna hold the Parker McKay general invoice, put that aside, we'll deal with that next month. So the other ones, and this is not a shock to her, she knows. I'm respectful. May I have a motion to approve the other invoices?
I so moved.
A second, all in favor?
Aye.
The invoices are approved. The items for discussion, I am going to move them. I'm gonna skip them for now, okay? And for oral reports, if anyone has anything extremely important, I'd love to hear it. Okay, we are open to the public. May I have a motion to open to the public?
I so moved.
Seeing that the public has left, we will close to the public. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Anyone want to stay longer? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for sticking through this.
Another fun one.
I thought maybe we would get done, and that's why I kept waiting, but it became